the most comprehensive coverage of high school football in the region.
1 for the money, 2 for the show. Get on the bus. Let's go.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Bring it in, bring it in.
All right, let's bring it in.
Everybody out.
On your feet. Let's go, let's go.
Lakeshore correspondents covering every stadium, on every field, for every game.
Play the game.
Control the outcome.
Also, interviews and insight from Northwest Indiana sports writers and broadcasters.
Move forward, starting right now.
You better start right now.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
This is a team. This is a team.
We start becoming a team right now.
And now, the Lakeshore broadcast team.
Let's go.
Let's go right now.
Let's go right now.
All right, let's show them what we got, guys.
We've reached week 7, entering the final stretch of Northwest Indiana prep football season, and teams are vying for conference supremacy. My name is Ben Kolodzinski, stretching with you for the next 4 hours, bringing you all of tonight's prep football action, because this is Game Night. I am joined, as always, by Andrew Johnson manning the switches. Steve Schmidt will provide scoreboard updates a little bit later. And as always, the coach himself, Wayne Svetnoff. Coach, are you as ready as I am?
I am fired up. It is a beautiful night for football. If you're going out to a stadium, get out there, enjoy, whether it be the game of the week, if you're going to Maryville and seeing Valpo and Maryville, or anywhere around the region, it is a beautiful night for football.
You can't ask for anything better, Wayne. We only have so many of these perfect fall nights here in Northwest Indiana, and you might as well take advantage of them this night. And I'd imagine, and I hope that most people listening to us right now are on their way to a stadium, because this is one of the last good nights left of this year.
Well, let's hope not, but
weather-wise.
But yes, you're right. There's a lot of good games out there.
Absolutely.
It's, like I said, a beautiful night for football, and I think that we have games that will be very defining after this particular week. Where will you fall in your conference after this tonight? You know, what things will you be able to go back tomorrow and take in and say, okay, boy, have we improved from week 1.
Right. This is the week where some teams are going to be mathematically eliminated from conference supremacy, you know, that ability to be champion, and some teams are going to potentially seal the deal. One team right now that is kind of out in front of the DAC is Crown Point, and they've got a game here at Laporte this week that's going to be pretty interesting.
No easy game, you know. You can't overlook Laporte. Laporte always plays well at home. You know that as
Absolutely.
a future or a previous Valpo player. They play very well at home, and I think Coach James is getting them on the right track. The problem here is that I think Coach Bazia's train has already left the station, and they're playing really well.
Yeah, that steam engine is boiling over at this
Yes,
point.
it is.
They're playing really well. They're undefeated on the year so far, way out in front of the DAC by 2 games at this point, or 1 game at this point. One game over Maryville, but Maryville's got a big test this week against Valparaiso. This is our game of the week.
Yeah, and I, as you look at this one, you say, well, wait a minute. Now, Valpo lost last week, and Maryville won. I don't think that has anything to do with tonight's game. I really think that Maryville at home, yes, has a little bit of an advantage. Maryville athletically has a little bit of advantage.
Sure.
But Valpo plays Maryville very, very well. This is going to be an exciting game, and I hope our filming crew is ready to go out there.
Oh, they're the best in the business, so they're going to get us some good highlights. But when it comes to this game, I tend to look at the team that is coming off of a loss. And Coach Marshall for Valparaiso is an excellent coach. And anytime you have something to coach your team up on, give them opportunities and give them perfect examples of what they need to improve upon, normally that team comes out a little bit sharp.
I totally agree, and well, at least they have the motivation. They better.
Right.
But I really think that, you have so many good coaches in this conference, and you go up against Coach Cease from Maryville. I mean, he's not going to let his kids get down. He understands that they are 1 game away. If Crown Point slips up somewhere and don't cut out Laporte,
Right.
because they're going to try to keep Crown Point's offense off the field. Now, the problem there is Crown Point's defense is so dominating.
Right.
But still, they're high school kids. Anything can happen. If Crown Point, slips up, you're still, maybe a tie for the conference for Maryville.
Still a championship.
Yep.
Still a patch on your letter jacket.
That's right.
Still get a trophy.
That's right.
And keep in mind, Coach Cease and Marshall and Bazia at Crown Point, these are three of the best coaches in not only Northwest Indiana, in the state of Indiana.
Yeah.
These are three of the best coaches, and they're all vying for the same position. Valpo's got a little bit of catching up to do, but you're pretty darn sure that Coach Cease is reminding his players, we are right there. We just, we don't control our own destiny, but if we do what's right, we're going to put ourselves in position to do what's right.
I totally agree, and that's what makes the Duneland so interesting. I know that we talk a lot about the Duneland, but it's the fact that there's so much parity at the top. Now, there are a couple of teams that always struggle in any conference, but, Valpo, Maryville, and Crown Point are there year after year after year, and especially these last 2 years with Bazia. He came in and he needed to do some adjustments. The kids needed some adjustments. Let me put it that way. He didn't adjust.
Right.
He came in. He definitely came in with what he knew what he wanted to do. So, that's a good thing. And when you establish that type of program, you've talked about it over the whole season here, his, weight room and stuff like that and what he does in that weight room. Everybody talks about that. Oh, yeah, we were in the weight room all summer. But were you really in the weight room? Were you really mentally in the weight room? Well, I guarantee the Bazia's kids were mentally in the weight room this summer. And it shows. I don't know if it's scheme. When you bring in, when you're a top assistant in Zach Wells, who was Maryville's coach at one time and very successful at Maryville. When you can do that and have him as your defensive coordinator, and then coordinate that whole program around that high school football program, boy, that is just excellent. So now you look at Maryville and Valpo like we were talking about. I really like where Maryville is at right now. I think that Jalen Thomas, their quarterback, is starting to really improve. He didn't play much last year. In fact, I think he played JV most of the year. And, Angel Nelson was really somebody who was, very good. But he took over for them. And now he's starting to have his own identity as a quarterback.
Right, his confidence is starting to show. And you look at the talent around him, the talent that's blocking for him, the talent that's playing defense on the other side of the ball. This Maryville team is really good. And, Crown Point squeaked by him, a couple weeks back. But this Maryville team is very good, and they're also in 5A. So they have an opportunity to, whether, of course, your first goal is to win your conference, right?
Right.
But they're going to set themselves up in a pretty good position to move downstate in a sectional that's pretty manageable for them.
Yeah, and again, is it their Valpo's in their sectional, Chesterton?
Right.
They're all in that group where they're going to play either in the sectional or regional for the championships. And so they'll see Valpo down the road, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I'd imagine. You never know how the tournament lays out, but we've been saying that any rematch that you have, familiarity breeds contempt, right? So you've got the Crown Points of the world, you've got the Maryvilles of the world, which Maryville is, Crown Points in 6A, Maryville and Valpo are in 5A, but those are comprised, the best teams in Northwest Indiana at that weight class. But another team that's coming up and sneaking up on them, Lake Central, quietly having a really good year, and they host Chesterton today. That should be a fun game.
That should be a real good game. I really like the job that Coach Good is doing over there. He came over from Calumet.
Right.
This is year 2 for Coach Good, and he's starting to implement his program into the Lake Central culture, their mentality. Right. They've got an excellent back, and Xavier Williams, and he is a stud, a little guy, but really, stout. Yes. So this is going to be a good one because, Chesterton, they came out of the gate and played really well against Hobart.
Right.
Then they had a couple of struggles, but now they're starting to find their way a little bit. And I think that, their quarterback, this Stefan Boswell,
right, yeah.
and the receiver, Garrett Lewis, two kids that are really playing well for Chesterton. I look for this to be a good, solid game, and it's one of those where anything could happen. I really like Lake Central at home might have a little advantage because you always talk about those schools way out have to travel way in to play here. We'll see tonight if that holds true.
So one more game we're going to cover before we take our first phone call here. We've got Michigan City at Portage, two teams that for whatever reason haven't quite found their stride, but it still should be a pretty entertaining game.
Yeah, Portage needs to. I would think that Portage as well as Michigan City, both of them need this game. Sometimes you can say one team needs it more than another, depending on their. I think both teams really need this game. I like Michigan City, what they have offensively, and Tyler Bush, the quarterback, and their Jaden Hart, their halfback, is just outstanding. But that defense for Michigan City is going to have to step up because Portage can score. Now, can they stop Michigan City? That's the key.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see. A lot of athletes on both sides of the ball, both teams there. It'll be really interesting to see, and looking forward to how that one fleshes out as we go. But one that I'm really looking forward to check out is Triton at North Judson. We've got Chuck DeMoss giving us a little bit of on-the-field action here. Chuck, how are you out there?
I'm doing great, guys, tonight. We got a beautiful night for a football game here in North Judson. We got two really good teams.
Chuck, you're going to probably, I know you're going to keep your eye on Cheyenne Allen, and the other young man is what's his?
Brock Benson.
That's it. Right. Okay, I was close. but those two boys, those two young men, can really run the football, and I'm sure that Judson's going to rely on that.
Yeah, but between the two of them, they've got over 1,000 yards, and they've got most of their scoring, with 18 touchdowns between the two of them. And Harper, their quarterback, he's ran for 3 himself. So those three guys, it's a 1-2-3 punch for North Judson, and they're pretty good at it. I seen them a couple of weeks ago against Knox, and they really took it to Knox that night. So, but tonight, it's a different story. You got Triton coming in, Triton Trojans, who are 5-1. It's a conference game. It's going to be, for the conference. Well, maybe not for the conference because Laville still plays into this. But Triton has a runner named Anthony Sheehu, who's rushed 92 times for 1,113 yards.
Oh, my goodness.
Has 20 touchdowns for the year.
Wow.
So they've got a runner themselves. So I'm looking for a quick game tonight. I think both teams are going to run this ball, and whoever can control the line of scrimmage is probably going to win this game tonight.
I kind of agree. It's if Triton comes in with a big line and is able to move the ball on the ground, North Judson can't get behind 2 scores because they don't do much throwing.
Exactly right, Wayne. Yeah, if Judson gets behind, it'll be tough for them to throw the ball on this team. They've got a quarterback themselves who's throwing it, 41 times for about 300 yards and a couple touchdowns. So they throw a little bit, not a lot. They're about like Judson. They're going to mix it up in there a little bit. The only difference I see in this game is the opponent's records. Where Judson's opponent's record is 8-22, where Triton's opponent's record is 15-21. So there may be a little difference there. We'll see, if that makes a difference tonight. Judson hasn't played as tough a schedule as Triton has, so we'll see how that plays into the game tonight. I think turnovers might be a big part, too.
Chuck, do you think North Judson's defense has what it takes to stop this offense of Triton?
Well, what I've seen against Knox, their defense looked pretty stout that night. They held Knox pretty much to 0 yardage that night. So I kind of expect the same thing. But this runner from Triton, we'll see what he can do. He's ran it 92 times for 1,100 yards. So he's going to be able to do something, I'm sure. It's going to be up to the line to free him up.
Judson, a small school, Chuck. Does Allen and Benson both play offense and defense?
I believe so. I'm not sure about Benson, but I know Allen plays both ways. I'm not too sure about Benson.
All
right, Chuck, thank you much. Looking forward to hearing more from you as the game progresses.
All right, guys, I do have one early score for you at Winnemac and West Central. West Central took the early lead. It's 6-0 early in that game over there at Winnemac.
Go West Central.
All right, thank you, Chuck.
All right, guys, we'll talk to you soon.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Chuck DeMoss always covering multiple games for us, even if he's at one. So you got to give him credit for that. He's one of the best out there. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Ian continues on its path. We have the latest on the storm and recovery, also Russia's annexation in 2 Ukrainian villages, and some comfort amid all the gloom.
Don't turn that like a wet mop because it still stays on you. You really have to break the yolk.
Jacques Pepin cooks.
Yeah, I have nice yolk here.
Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News. Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
For decades, HBO has meant TV that pushes the envelope.
They were the original Netflix. They were a disruptor in this space, willing to sort of come in at a time when prestige and television were not synonymous.
But now that HBO's parent company has merged with Discovery, that might be changing. How HBO transformed television and what the future of prestige TV might look like. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Sunday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Ever been in a spot? An impossible fix with impossible people, probably all of them related to you? And nobody asked for your opinion. But today, they're going to find out anyway. Snap probably presents Back Talk. Snap Judgment. Do not miss it.
Saturday at 11 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
All right, Ben Kolzinski, back to you with Wayne Sventnoff, and we're going to go ahead and send it off to Reed Amons with a pregame segment for Valpo versus Maryville. Reed, what's going on?
Oh, it's another beautiful night outside. Very excited for Duneland Athletic Conference football to continue on. Should be a great matchup tonight between a couple teams with just one conference loss. They both lost to Crown Point previously in the season. So Maryville hosting the Valparaiso Vikings tonight, and should be a great matchup.
So, Reed, this is homecoming for the Maryville Pirates. Do you think that is added motivation for the Pirates team, or is it just business as usual for this program?
Well, I think it's a little bit of business as usual because Coach Cease and really and Coach Marshall both. I heard you guys talking earlier that two of the finer coaches in our area and throughout the state. But really Valparaiso and Maryville built kind of a nice little rivalry here over the last couple of years. Both teams have finished usually in the top 3 in the conference the last 4 or 5 years or so. Both very good programs, and both coaches do a fantastic job. And there's been a lot of talent on both sides, both sidelines the last couple of years. So I don't think that the homecoming is going to really be a distraction for the Pirates tonight. But I think certainly Coach Cease will have his players ready to go, and we know Coach Marshall does a great job as well.
Yeah, Reed, previously we had mentioned that Maryville is only one Crown Point loss away from potentially tying for the DAC lead. Obviously, they're going to be motivated here, but Valpo's coming off a loss to Crown Point. That smarts a little bit. Do you think Valpo's got a little bit of extra momentum or motivation behind them?
Yeah, both teams. They just have the one loss in conference. Valparaiso lost to Penn, a non-conference game earlier in the year. So the winner of tonight's game between Valpo and Maryville would have the inside track should Crown Point falter a little bit. Both teams lost at Crown Point, but the overall record in the conference play would be one loss apiece if Crown Point were to stumble here in the waning weeks. But certainly the winner of tonight's Maryville-Valpo game is in position. I think if you lose tonight, you're probably out of contention because then you need an awful lot to happen in the last couple of weeks. But I think great motivation for both teams. I think Coach Marshall will want his players to get back on the winning track here and start to build momentum towards the playoffs. And certainly Coach Cease with the Maryville Pirates, they want to keep the momentum going. That their loss to Crown Point was the first conference game, week 3 of the season, and they have things rolling here the last couple weeks, and they want to keep that going and again build that momentum into the 5A sectionals for both teams.
Reed, as I look at this game and try to decide who's going to win, who's not, what are the strengths and weaknesses, I think that Valparaiso does have the motivation for this particular game, but I think that their quarterback, Clark, is a good runner, but he's not a great passer. And if you look at the other side, Maryville, I like what Jalen Thomas has done. I mean, he's matured, he's gotten better each week, and he has, the potential of having Philip Roche, who has speed to burn. On the receiver side, I know Roche is basically a defensive player, but he plays on offense. And then you've got, a Justin Marshall who can run the ball, and yet he is an outstanding receiver. Probably could play for the Bears right now, but he is really good. That kind of bodes well for the Pirates.
Yeah, I like your analysis there, Wayne. That's as I was thinking of the matchup, one of the things that I've noticed that Valpo tries to do well is run the ball, and that's really kind of been their strength behind, as you mentioned, Justin Clark. When they go to Ian Wilson at the quarterback, they do have a tendency to throw the ball a little bit more at that point. But that's really what they want to do. What Coach Marshall and the Vikings want to do is establish the run. And that has really been the Achilles heel of the Pirate defense this year. When teams have been successful, it's been really on the ground, and they've done a great job defending the pass and getting pressure on the quarterback. So I think one of the things to watch for tonight, as you mentioned, Wayne, is can Valpo's offense control the ball and control the line of scrimmage and move the ball on the ground against the Pirate defense. However, if the Pirate defense can get some penetration, get some stops, force some third and longs and some throwing downs, I think that's what the Pirates are going to be looking to do tonight. But when you flip the script and Maryville's on offense, certainly plenty of weapons for Jalen Thomas to throw to. Justin Marshall, Philip Roche, and those guys certainly give them the ball out in space, as we saw a couple weeks ago against Portage. They can do a lot of damage out there. I thought that Valpo's defense had a great game plan last week against Crown Point. I would expect Coach Marshall to have a great game plan tonight against the Pirates as well. But I do like those skill position guys for Maryville and being able to create some one-on-one matchups in their favor and try to get the ball out in space and pick up big chunks of yardage. I think offensively, where really the run game for the Pirates has been second fiddle to the passing game, as you mentioned, Wayne.
One thing, if you can keep your eye on tonight, and that is, number one, is Martinez, the field goal kicker, playing tonight, or is he off in his soccer sectional or whatever? And I think really, with these teams matched so well together, he might actually be one of the keys in this game.
Yeah, I think Maryville's really experienced some kicking benefits from the soccer program, as many high school programs do. I think also Valpo's kicker, my understanding, was a soccer player in previous years as well, and certainly that's benefited the Pirates the last couple of years. They've had a couple kickers come through the soccer program, and just another one with Martinez, and he's done a great job not only on kickoffs but on field goals and extra points. I know a year ago we would give Coach Cease a hard time because they might be a missed extra point away from the elusive 35-point spread to keep the running clock. But I think Coach Cease feels really good about his kicking game this year, and certainly Martinez has been a big part of that.
All right, Dr. Reed, we're looking forward to hearing more from you as this game progresses.
Sounds great, guys. We'll look forward to another great night of football. Have a great week, and of football tonight, and we will talk to you in maybe about an hour or so.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Dr. Reed.
You're welcome.
And we're going to go from Dr. Reed to Gary Graben with an update from Lowell at Highland. Gary, what's going on out there?
Hey, fellas, how you guys doing tonight?
Doing really well. How are you, Gary?
Good. You know, another spectacular night for football. And to be honest, one of the reasons I'm at this game tonight is I really wanted to see Riley Bank play, and hopefully, if it goes Lowell's way tonight, have Riley Bank go through the gauntlet of talking to you guys after the game, because he's one of these football players that we've talked about week in and week out for Lowell that is just a football player. I mean, he is just a tough guy who does the bulk of the load for Lowell. He's averaging 145 yards a game on the ground. I mean, you think about what that takes and the number of hits he takes every game, 11 TDs on the ground, and then just to throw in 60 yards passing per game. So he's worth more than 200 yards a game for Lowell, and he's just one of these guys who always answers the bell, because Lowell has had a lot of injuries this year. They are really going deep at the running back spot. They were so deep last week that Lincoln Snyder, a freshman, was actually on the field getting the bulk of the carries that Riley Bank didn't get. So I think this, again, is a game for Riley Bank. It's going to be doses of him in high amounts here for Highland. Highland does have Nick Johnson on defense, his job is going to be to spy and try to find Riley here. But this is a game where Lowell doesn't ever outcoach themselves here. If it works, they're going to keep doing it. And I think we're going to see an awfully lot of Riley Bank here to start this game.
Well, go ahead.
Gary, this particular game, when you look at it on paper, you're saying, wow, Andrean is just going to run all over Highland. But people need to understand, Highland came back last week and beat Munster, which is a huge rivalry for them. So they're on a winning streak. And I know Coach Koulianos wants his team to be more physical. I don't know if they can match up with Highland, and especially Drake Bowen, but I know that basically their philosophy is trying to run the football.
Well, this, again, I haven't had a chance to talk to Coach Koulianos yet, but I'm sure he's going to tell me this was their best week of practice all season. Because when you beat the rival after having a rough go here in the first half of the season, there's a different step for the kids at practice. So I'm sure Highland had one of their best weeks of practice. Again, they're not naive. They know what Lowell is, because Lowell is always going to be trying to push the ball down your throats every week. It's just this year's Lowell's team really is a one-man attack rather than a multiple-man attack. So a little bit on the preparation side, the X's and O's, it's not as hard to prepare. It's executing that and actually stopping a guy like Riley Bank that's the problem for Highland.
That's easier said than done. It's been proven over the last few years that Riley Bank can pretty much do it all. And now he's shown that he can pass the ball as well. With that in mind, the improvement along Lowell's offensive line has obviously helped him blossom. But also keep in mind the improvement on Lowell's defense has been a good showing so far. And they're really rounding into a pretty robust team.
They certainly are, Ben. It's one of those things, last week we talked about the intensity of the rivalry with Kirk Kennedy coming back to Lowell, and there was a lot of pressure on Lowell last week, yet they were able to dominate, do a lot of things defensively that they wanted to do, and this is the key. They're favored this week, they'll be favored next week against Munster, and then week 9 is the game against Andrean, which is at Andrean this year, and if you recall last year, that was where the monsoon came, and Lowell looked like they were a lot more ready to play in that game than Andrean was in the rain. So this is actually setting up for Lowell to actually peak here going into the sectionals. The problem still is, I believe they have to find somebody else to contribute. There's just too many as you get into the playoffs, and we know they're in the same sectional now with New Prairie. You're going to need more than Riley Bank in those games, and who can step up here these last 3 weeks for Lowell to take a little of the pressure off Riley Bank, not just carrying the ball, but as I alluded to earlier on, the number of hits Riley Bank takes week after week has to have a cumulative effect on him.
I would think that this is going to be a fast game. Lowell's going to keep it on the ground. Certainly, I think Highland is going to try to keep the ball away from Lowell as much as possible. So I think it's going to really be the trenches. Can Lowell's offensive line dominate Highland's defensive line?
Well, I think, and both ways on that with the line. But I think you're right. I think this game, I would be shocked if, especially most of the first quarter, is not played on the ground. But every time in my history of doing radio with the Lakeshore, when I've thought I've had a game that was going to move quick, I'm still on the air at 10 o'clock. So I hazard to say that that's the case. But really, most of the scenarios you can come up with how this game should play out, especially early on, would involve both teams trying to assert themselves in the line and with the run.
All right, Gary. So luckily for you, it's not raining out there today. So if you're on it till 10 o'clock, you will at least be bone dry today. But I wanted to ask you a question, Gary, and hopefully you'll answer this properly.
Properly? Wow. There's a right and a wrong answer.
There's a right and a wrong answer, and it's pretty open-ended.
It has to be grammatically correct.
Grammatically correct, right, which is a big problem for me.
That's a stretch.
It's really easy question. I think I know what the answer is. Do you like region football rankings?
Oh, well, how do you mean like it? Do you mean like it on Facebook? Because everybody knows I'm on a flip phone and I'm not on Facebook. So do I like it that way? No. But do I like it? My highlight of the week. I've said it every week. I count the minutes. You know, this week when NASA was about to crash that spacecraft into the asteroid, I was actually watching that and the countdown as it was getting closer and closer, and it was so exciting. The only thing I could think of more exciting was Wayne's top 10.
All right. Well, before we get to the top 10, let's start off with the little five. Wayne, what do you got for the little five?
Well, they got to move in. Okay, and a little five. Number 5 here is Whiting. They're 3-2 on the season, starting to make a little bit of a dent there. And I've talked about, Nick Davenport for Whiting, a great quarterback. He does a good job. So they're 5. Knox is still in it. They're number 4. They're 3-3. And I just think that, Knox has had some tough ones. They lost a close game when they tried to go for 2.
Right.
I still think there should be a little 5. Rensselaer is also 3-3, but when you look with the people they play, the West Lafayette's and stuff, they play a darn good schedule in that conference.
Right. This week they actually have Benton Central. So
They also have Lafayette Central Catholic too. So
yes, that's right.
They are definitely they schedule hard. Some in conference, some out.
So in number 2, I like River Forest. I think that I think they're, they can't look past this game this week. But I believe they play Calumet next week, and that could be a really good game for River Forest. A good test for them. And then check the Moss and West Central, number 1 in the little 5 right here.
Well deserved.
5-1. And leading right now 6-0 over Winnemac.
There you go.
All right, you want to go to the big?
Yeah, let's go to the top 10.
Let's do this. Sure. Yeah, let's do that.
All right, this number 10 team was early on in the top 10, and then they kind of dropped out. They are back in the top 10. The Lake Central Indians, with a 4-2 record, are back in. I think that they're on a roll. We've talked about early in the show, Coach Good doing an excellent job of bringing his program around. He's built it around Xavier Williams. They've got a good quarterback at Lake Central, but they're going to be tested. Chesterton can come in and can beat them, but it's at Lake Central. Number 9, I like...
Wayne, who do you have in that game tonight?
You know what? That was a tough one, but I'm going to go with Lake Central at home because I think it's going to be that close.
Even the Sagarin ratings have those teams right next to each other. This is a defining moment for Coach Good here tonight.
Yes.
Are they really taking the step into that upper half of the Duneland Conference? And they have games with Maryville and Valpo after this, so they'll have more chance to make noise. But a big game out there for Lake Central tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure that, Coach Good, won't be saying this to the players, but he sees what's down the road. With the Maravilles and the Velpos still that for them to play. So this has to be a real focus this week on how good are we and what can we do possibly in sectional down the road. So I think he's really focusing on Chesterton this week. I like number 9. That's Hobart. They're 3-3, and they've probably had not the season that they would like, but they still have that potential. They got a great running back in Trey Gibson. Their quarterback, Noah Ehrlich, is outstanding. I like them at number 9. I like Hammond Central at number 8. They're 5-1. I mean, yes, they don't play the Duneland Conference teams, but the teams that they have played, they've won. So right. I think that's pretty good for them. Number 7 is the undefeated Calumet Warriors, 6-0. They probably haven't been as impressive lately, the last couple of weeks, as they were early on in the season. But I'm telling you, if there's going to be a team that can maybe give Hanover Central a real game, I think it could be Calumet, the last game of the year. Number 6 is North Judson. The Blue Jays have a big one. Triton is good, and Triton is a good program. So we're going to see what Judson is able to do. I think this is the second week in the top 10. So we'll see what they can do tonight. Number 5, all right, from 5-1 with a little bit of shift. Hanover Central, 6-0, is number 5. And I think that, Coach Parker has done an outstanding job over there with the Wildcats. Number 4 is Andrean. They're 4-2 and starting to really start to put that program together. I like Billy Henry. He just steps in and takes over that quarterback spot at the beginning of the year, and he's done great. Velpo is 3 at 4-2. Maryville, 5-1, is number 2. And the undefeated Crown Point Bulldogs, 6-0.
All right, Gary, what do you think about that one?
I think it's tough to argue with that. I think after 7 weeks, it's pretty accurate. It just took 7 weeks to get there. But pretty accurate. Actually, I'll give you a piece of baklava if you can tell me what town Triton is in.
Oh, what?
I think Andrew Johnson knows this one. No,
don't help it, Andrew.
No helping. That's not in.
I have no idea.
Geez. I want to say.
Perhaps you'd love to have a drink there.
Yeah. Really? I really not a big drinker, but...
Me neither, but that's a hint. But since you can't take hints well...
Okay. Lowell? No, is not that area. No, I don't know.
No, it's down Route 30. It's down that area.
Oh, yeah?
Just past Plymouth, I believe.
Oh, really? I thought it was south.
All right, do I need to break this one to him? Are we struggling?
Yeah.
All right. One of my favorite beverages is bourbon, and they're in Bourbon, Indiana.
Oh, okay.
Pretty exciting.
See, that's why I didn't get that, because bourbon, what is that? Okay.
Delicious is what it is.
In Wayne's mind, it would be iced tea, Indiana.
Yes, iced tea. Yeah, that's right.
Lemonade, Indiana, whatever.
Well,
now it's a good top 10, Wayne. I'm telling you. Who helped you with it?
Thank you.
That was all the master here. So we're going to go ahead and hear more from you later, Gary, and looking forward to all your updates for the rest of the night.
And like I said, hopefully we'll get the winning coach and a player on here tonight, too. So, and actually, I mentioned this to Tom Maloney early in the week, and I know Tom was sick this week. This is a great week if you can cajole the North Judson coach to come on with Chuck afterward.
Yeah.
Probably our only chance to get him. So if you want to check with Chuck for that, because that game's going to end early, too.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what we can do. So looking forward to all your updates, Gary. Thank you for your input, and thank you for your critique of the top 10.
That's why I live.
All right.
Okay, guys.
All right. That's Gary Graben. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
This camp where we have kids working on a working farm all summer, one of the things that we have the kids do is raise chickens and then kill them. I'm a vegetarian.
Join us for stories of culture shock. That's next time on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
From the beginning, parents of 43 missing students in Mexico didn't trust their government's investigation.
All we could think was, this is a historic lie.
Now, proof the government faked key evidence.
Marines arrive at the dump, and this enormous planting operation goes into effect.
On the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
On the next Radio Lab.
I'm at the LA County Hospital.
A hospital visit.
Check myself in at
And a whole lot of intestinal discomfort, all potentially caused by...
There was a big party.
Yeah, about 60,000 years ago. A prehistoric...
And there was a lot of sex.
Orgy.
Sex between Neanderthals and humans.
My goodness, mate. That's on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
All right, this is Game Night, and we'd like to thank Great Greek Mediterranean Grill for taking care of the crew for tonight's game. The Great Greek offers a variety of Greek food favorites. Great Greek is a made-from-scratch kitchen complete with a menu offering fresh, healthy, and highest quality ingredients. With dine-in and take-out options, Great Greek Grill, say that 5 times, also offers catering. And did we mention that you can order online? Great Greek Mediterranean Grill is not your average gyro show. So stop in and get full experience for yourself.
It was fantastic.
It is
fantastic.
Oh, if you like gyros, and we do here in the studio,
it's always a crowd pleaser.
This is a great place to go. The Great Greek Grill is between Broadway and I-65 on 169th Street, right off on US 30. They are great, and boy, oh boy, we really thank them for tonight.
Gyros is my favorite food, so if my wife is listening right now, I'm so excited. She's not the biggest fan of them, and so I could eat them every meal. So thank you so much for the Great Greek Mediterranean Grill. Just fantastic job today. Thank you so much. But I also want to thank NIPSCO. NIPSCO has been a partner of us for a long time here at 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore, and Lakeshore Public Media as a whole. We can't do what we do without their support, and we really appreciate everything they do for us, keeping the lights on and making sure that we can do everything and give all the updates and scores and football action to you folks. Thank you, NIPSCO, for that opportunity. And while we're at it here, we're going to go ahead. We're going to throw it off to Steve Schmidt for a scoreboard update.
And now, your Game Night scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. Week 7 of the high school football season. Let's see where your favorite team's at tonight. Starting off in the Duneland, these are all 7 o'clock kickoffs. 2-4 Chesson Trojans travel to Lake Central to take on the 4-2 Indians. 6-0 Crown Point travels to Laporte to take on the 1-5 Slicers. A battle of 2 1-5 teams tonight in Portage as Michigan City travels to Portage to take on the Indians. Valpo is 4-2 on the season, traveling to Maryville to take on the 5-1 Pirates. Moving on here to the Great Lakes, both these games are 7 o'clock kickoffs. East Chicago Central's 1-5 on the season, traveling to Westside to take on the 4-2 Cougars. The first battle for Hammond tonight is the 0-6 Morton Governors traveling to Hammond Central to take on the 5-1 Wolves. Greater South Shore action here is the first kickoff of the night, 6:30 kickoff with Calumet, who's 6-0 on the season, and 0-6 South Bend Clay.
Actually, we have Gary Schultz calling in about that game right now, so let's go to him.
All right, Gary Schultz with an update here from South Bend Clay and hosting Calumet. Gary, what's going on out there?
Well, the game's going about as I expected. We're 6-0 versus 0-6.
With 9:09 left in the first quarter, Calumet is already up 14-0. They scored their first touchdown in 39 seconds.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I did some statistic looking up earlier this week. Clay is averaging 4.3 points a game and averaging giving up 311 points a game.
Wow.
They're averaging giving up 51 points a game.
Wow.
So, Calumet's averaging 43 points a game and only giving up 11. So, the statistics for the season are proving out really early here.
And obviously 14-0 right now. Do you know who scored those touchdowns or no?
Yes, the first one was a 43-yard pass from Markham to Caldwell, and the second one was a 26-yard run by Chandler Terrell.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
All right, Gary. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game progresses.
All righty.
All right, thank you, Gary. Appreciate it.
Bye.
And back to you, Steve, with the scoreboard update.
Remainder of these Greater South Shore kickoffs, 7 o'clock. 1-5 Griffith travels to Boone Grove to take on the 2-4 Wolves. 1-5 South Central Satellites are on the road tonight at River Forest to take on the 4-2 Ingots. 2-4 Wheeler Bearcats traveling to the 0-5 Bishop Knoll Warriors. 3-2 Whiting Oilers on the road tonight at Hanover Central take on the 6-0 Wildcats. Northwest Crossroads play tonight. 3 games, all 7 o'clock kickoffs. 4-2 Andrean at 3-3 Munster. 3-3 Hobart travels to Kankakee Valley to take on the 4-2 Cougars. And 3-3 Lowell at 2-4 Highland. Additional games we're keeping track of tonight here on the scoreboard are Benton Central at Rensselaer, Pioneer at Knox, Triton at North Judson, and West Central at Winnemac. And that game's in the second quarter with West Central up 13-6. Ben and Wayne, back to you.
All right, thank you, Steve. Greatly appreciate the updates. Going to be a really action-packed day today, and we've already gone over some of the Duneland games. Let's go real quick over to the Northwest Crossroad and talk about some of these matchups. Wayne, in the Northwest Crossroads, we've got Andrean heading to Munster. Andrean looking to be really tough right now.
Yeah, they really are. We talked about Billy Henry. We know that Drake Bowen is just outstanding, but Andrean has just a lot of depth. They've got a lot of speed, and this is going to be a tough game for Munster. And Munster's coming off probably an emotional loss last week.
Right.
They lost to Highland. They were, I think, the favorite in that game and didn't play very well. I think they only scored 7. So, this is going to be a good test for Munster. Can they get back on track? Can they stay with Andrean? That's the key.
There could be a little bit of a deflated Munster program right now after that loss, but you never know what can happen. That's why we play the game every week.
And I believe it is Munster's homecoming game tonight.
Okay, maybe some added motivation there. We're not sure, but
my God, does that Andrew? Would that mean you're going to go over at halftime? It's homecoming, right?
This is your big day.
I mean, technically I could, but why would I want to leave this studio?
Oh, okay.
Thank you. We appreciate your company too, Andrew. So, moving on from Andrean at Munster, we've got Hobart at Kankakee Valley, traveling a little bit south. Hobart starting to find the groove a bit.
Yeah, they really are. And KV is one of those teams last week. They had the big matchup against Lowell, a big county rivalry there, between Lowell and KV. And they did not perform, I'm sure, to Coach Kennedy's desire. So, they need to bounce back. Hobart, unfortunately, may not be that team. Now, Hobart has to go down to KV. So that may give KV a little bit of an advantage, but I don't know how much. So we'll see.
Well, we've already talked about Lowell at Highland, so let's move on to the Greater South Shore Conference. We've got West Central at South Central at River Forest. That should be a fun one.
Yeah, River Forest is 4-2, and South Central I think has won once. I think they struggled this year. This is a game that River, would like to be able to. I like this Aiden Silver. Their quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
I like he plays defense, he plays offense, he does everything, and his name has really come up a lot this year. I don't know if he's pushing J.J. Johnson, for honors for a most valuable player, but he's certainly the most valuable player of that program.
Oh, absolutely. Everything's running through him, and he's being extremely productive, and that's what you need from a program. You need to find that dynamic athlete. You need to take all you can and make sure that they help lead your team going forward. All right, going from South Central at River Forest, we've got Wheeler at Bishop Knoll, two teams that are struggling a little bit, but Wheeler is starting to find some momentum.
I like Wheeler in this one. I think that Bishop Knoll, their problem at Knoll is numbers. They just don't have a lot of players that they can plug into holes where somebody's not playing well. You can bring somebody off the bench and they can produce. I like the fact that Wheeler, they're, right around that 500, maybe a little below that, but I like them tonight. They travel to Bishop Knoll, but I think that they have just a little bit more firepower here.
Again, we briefly mentioned earlier, we've got Whiting at Hanover Central. Hanover Central continues to roll.
Boy, Whiting, we talked a little bit about them and their quarterback. What do you say about Hanover Central? I mean, they are just outstanding this year. They were outstanding last year and the year before. That program has just taken off, and I think, I don't know about a running clock, but I think that this scheme is going to be Hanover Central.
Yeah, I'd imagine. They've had a running clock in every game so far this year, so I don't see any reason why that won't continue, but you never know. We got to play the games. Moving on from there, we've already mentioned with the scoreboard update, Calumet at South Bend Clay. Calumet is already up 14-0 early.
Yeah, and I didn't realize it. I should have, but I knew Clay wasn't very good. They haven't been for a couple of years, and maybe this is a good game for Calumet to be able to get some, sophomores and juniors in, and give them some experience for the sectional coming up.
Yeah, right. Anytime you have live reps as opposed to practice reps, it's a good thing for your team. And then finally, out of this conference, we've got Griffith at Boone Grove, so that should be a pretty interesting one.
Yeah, Boone Grove. They have their up and downs. They started slowly. Now they've had a couple of wins, and then they're struggled last week. They're in a spot here where Griffith and Boone Grove, by the way, is at Valparaiso. That is their home field, right?
Right.
So Griffith goes to Viking Field to play, Boone Grove here, the Wolves, and I have a tough time figuring out Griffith. They look on paper a little bit better than what they're showing.
Right.
The Cervantes kid is really a good athlete. I don't know if they have the line depth at Griffith that they need, but I think they're on the par with the Boone Grove. I think this is going to be a tight game.
I think so too. We all know that the Griffith program has a lot of history. They have been successful in years past, and they're doing all right now. Now Boone Grove has had some success, and they're struggling the last couple years after they had a really fantastic senior class 2-3 years ago. So they're struggling a little bit. It's going to be interesting to see who comes off, as the victor here.
Let me ask you just very quickly: do you think that it's an advantage for Boone Grove to be playing at Valpo, or would it be better for them to have their own field, no matter how small the field is?
Right. No matter how small, I believe you need to have your home. That's at least my opinion. Don't get me wrong. Valpo is a very nice stadium with a very nice turf field there, nice parking, good amenities. I played on that field. It was grass when I played on it, but it was still, a nice area. The wind is blocked by a line of trees back there. It's a really nice stadium to play in, but there's something about your home. What do you consider home? That's my opinion. I hope that Boone Grove can get together some sort of funding or whatever they need. They don't need a 10,000 person stadium.
Right.
They don't need any of that. I'm not so sure how big Valpo's is, but it's probably 5,000. Maybe between 5,000 and 10,000 that can fit in there. Maybe I'm just speaking off the cuff here, but They don't need that. Look at Hanover Central. Hanover Central is a relatively newer program, and they have a very nice, albeit one-sided stadium, but that's all you really need. You need that home field where you can do your own thing.
Yeah, I totally agree.
All right, well, let's move on to the Great Lakes Athletic Conference. We've got East Chicago at Gary Westside.
This is going to be an interesting game. Now, the advantage has to go to Westside. They're home. Sure. They have that new field, or turf and stuff. And they also have the leading rusher in the area.
Oh, yeah.
Kamajay Griffith Terrell. He's the first one now over 1,000 yards in Northwest Indiana. And he has got 15 touchdowns. So, East Chicago is going to have trouble here if they can't, stop Griffith Terrell here. And to get over 1,000 yards, you've got to, my first thought is, the line must be doing one heck of a job. Now, I know he's fast. Sure. He's shifty. He hits the hole quickly. That helps, but you still got to have the hole.
Yeah, you're talking my language there, Wayne. A running back can have all the skills in the world, but if nobody can block for him, then he's not going to go anywhere. Look at the Bears. There's some talent on the Bears on occasion, at least, and I'm a Bears fan, so I can speak this way. But without a line, you can't do anything.
Right.
So it's got to have that combination and the timing down from the running back to be able to hit that hole at the right time and get to the second level, make one cut and go, and have 1,000 yards in week 7. That's pretty good.
Yes, it is.
So he's doing all right. So he's on pace to, maybe get up to 1,500 yards, which would be really impressive for that young man. Moving on from there, we've got the Battle of Hammond. We got Hammond-Morton at Hammond Central.
This is going to be, like you said, it's the Battle of Hammond. And I know Morton has struggled. Now, I don't know if this is an advantage or not, but Morton doesn't shy away from playing good teams.
No, they don't. Last
week he was Cathedral, and, and they knew that Cathedral was a powerhouse in the state. And they still went after them. And so does that help in this type of a game tonight? Hammond Central is, 5-1.
Yeah.
They've got a Jordan Woods, who is I believe, a Division I wide receiver.
He's talented.
He is outstanding. And then they've got a good quarterback. So I really think that Morton cannot get behind early in the first quarter. If they get down 14 with the ability of Hammond Central to score, it could be
look out.
early.
Look out at that point. I tend to agree with you. Hammond Central, although they have one loss in the season to Valparaiso, punching out of their weight class a little bit there. But other than that, they've looked really impressive. Their offense is dynamite. We've shown them quite a bit on our television show, and they look really good. They passed the eye test so far.
What show is that?
It is Lakeshore PBS Scoreboard here on Channel 56 or 17, depending on what your local listing is. I tell you what, we are there. There has been some concerns about whether or not we're listed on the guide. That 10:30 will be on TV. You can see Wayne and I's beautiful face, and that other guy, Joe Arredondo, will join us too. His face isn't quite as beautiful as ours, but you know what? I'm not going to hold that against him. So, no, I love Joe. I'm just kidding with you, my man. And no, we have a lot of fun. We show a lot of good highlights. So at 10:30 p.m. tonight, check us out.
All right, let's move on to Rensselaer at Lafayette Central Catholic.
No, that was last week. That was last week. Yeah, my notes are wrong here.
Yeah,
it's actually Rensselaer. They're at it's actually Benton Central at Rensselaer.
Oh, that's
today.
right. Yeah.
Yes.
That was my bad.
Yeah,
Sorry.
That's okay. But then again, this is Rensselaer playing a diverse schedule here, kind of getting some of these Central Indiana schools. Rensselaer is, kind of. They're finding themselves so far this year, and that's something that they need to do and see, because they're in that Central Indiana area, and they're going to have a fight on their hands here.
Yeah, and we've got West Central now leading Winnemac 13-6. West Central 5-1 and number 1 in our Little 5, and then Pioneer is at Knox.
All right, so that breaks down all the games we are going to be covering today. And we're reaching the 7 o'clock hour, which is kickoff time. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Filmmaker Abigail Disney has covered efforts to bring peace to conflicts around the world, but for her latest film, she turns the lens on the family business, the Disney Company, where she says life for too many employees is anything but enchanted.
When you think about American business and the role it plays in American culture, it is the only place to start if you want to make life better for Americans.
That's on the next All Things Considered from NPR News. Tune in at 4 p.m. for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
This is Chris from Springfield, Illinois. I listen to Bullseye because regardless of who's on, I know it'll be smart, sincere, and funny.
I'm Jesse Thorne. This week, Billy Eichner, host of Billy on the Street and creator and star of the new romantic comedy Bros, plus Michael R. Jackson, creator of the Tony Award-winning musical A Strange Loop. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in Saturday night at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Ian continues on its path. We have the latest on the storm and recovery, also Russia's annexation in 2 Ukrainian villages, and some comfort amid all the gloom.
Don't turn that like a wet mop because it still stays on you. Right up to break the yolk.
Jacques Pepin cooks.
Yeah, a nice yolk here.
Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News. Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
You're listening to 89.1 FM, Lakeshore Public Radio. Listener-supported public radio in Northwest Indiana. WLPR FM Lowell.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
All right, Ben Kolzinski back with Wayne Svetnoff here. We've got a call coming in here shortly, so hopefully we can get the information up on that. But Wayne, I'm pretty excited for a nice series of games today.
I am too. I really think that we're going to have competitive games. Because the weather is so nice, I think both teams are equal.
Right.
Same footing, no rain, no heavy winds.
No elements, right?
Yes, and I really think that bodes for a tighter game in most cases.
Speaking of what could be a tight game, we've got Chuck DeMoss with an update from Triton versus North Judson. Chuck, what's going on out there?
Yeah, we just started the second quarter here, guys, at North Judson. North Judson just took the lead here a few minutes ago on a 20-yard run from Aldrich Harper. Diane Allen ran in a 2-point conversion. They went ahead 8-7. Triton scored on a 70-yard run from Anthony Shuhey on the second play from scrimmage to start the game, and the extra point was good. And that's where they started to score, and they went up 7-0 early in the game, and Judson scored on their second possession to go ahead 8-7.
So has Triton had another possession yet?
Yeah, they have. They just had a bad snap. They're going to trying to punt. He's punting out the end zone. He got it off. Looks like it's going to be on about the 17-yard line. Judson's going to have excellent field position here to start this second quarter.
Boy, like you said, Chuck, turnovers. You got to if either team has a lot of turnovers, that could be the difference.
Well, that's pretty much like a turnover right there. Even though they did get the kickoff, but it was a bad snap, and so yeah, you're right. Turnovers is going to play a big part in this game tonight if they do happen. So right now, both teams are. Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask you, so it appears as though Triton came out swinging, and maybe North Judson's defense was a little shell-shocked, but they have regrouped and looked good on that last drive.
Yeah, exactly. The last two times Triton had the ball, they did stop them. They forced them to punt on this third possession. We just got a touchdown in the end zone. Pass to, I'm not sure who it is. I don't have a roster in front of me right now. It's like a 17-yard pass for North Judson to go up now on Triton. It scores now 14-7 with the extra point. They're going to look like they're going to kick a extra point here this time.
All right.
going to do the kicking here.
Chuck, did they announce who caught that over the loudspeaker?
Yeah, if they did, I didn't hear it.
Okay.
I'll try to get back with you on that one.
Sounds good.
Know who did catch that? Yeah.
All righty, Chuck.
Extra point was good, so the score is 15-7 with 11:07 to go here in the second quarter.
All right, thanks, Chuck. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
All right, thanks, guys.
Well, would you look at that? All that action right there immediately.
Right.
So you can't ask for anything more
That's
with
right.
that. So, speaking of action, we had some excellent performances last week, and let's go over some of our offensive players of the week last week. We had, a familiar name here, Matt Kuntz with Hanover Central.
I am so impressed with Kuntz. He was out the first couple of games.
Right.
Okay. He came back in, didn't miss a beat. And here, last week against Boone Grove, he had 5 TDs, 277 total yards. That is just amazing.
Absolutely.
This young man, he runs the ball. He's an outstanding passer, high percentage passer. This young man is the real deal.
Another player that is the real deal, at least in my opinion, is J.J. Johnson from Crown Point.
4 TDs versus Valpo. I mean, you get 4 TDs versus Valpo as an individual player.
Right.
Now, there's a lot that goes into it.
Sure.
Don't get me wrong, the line and the receive. But Johnson is the leader of that team, and boy, he has shown it game after game after game.
For my money, and I haven't been shy to say this, he's my most valuable player in Northwest Indiana right now. And that's no offense to some of these great players that are going to Division I. We've got players going to Notre Dame, Northern Colorado. I mean, these are excellent players. The way he has taken this program over and the way he has excelled and been the best offensive player on the best offensive team in Northwest Indiana, well, unless you count Hanover, but you know what I'm saying. He's excellent. So I'm really a fan of J.J. Johnson. So, and speaking of someone we've mentioned quite a bit already, we've got Riley Bank from Lowell.
Yeah, 3 touchdowns, 361 total yards versus KV. That is amazing. He runs the ball, he passes the ball, and this young man is really, really tough to bring down. We've had a lot of highlights on the Scoreboard show of Bank, and he is also an outstanding athlete.
Absolutely. And another outstanding athlete, we've already mentioned him a couple times. We've got Drake Bowen from Andrean. He had a heck of a performance.
Yeah, 3 TDs, 219 total yards versus Hobart. And that was a big game. That was a huge game.
Right.
And you know what they say, your best players need to step up in the big games. Bowen does that.
He does that, and there's a reason why he's going to a high-level college. It's plain and simple. My brother-in-law was watching the show out in Colorado. He's watching it on YouTube, and he mentioned to me, he said, wow, that Drake Bowen, how big he is, how fast he is. And I said, there's a reason why he's a 5-star recruit and he's going to Notre Dame.
That's right.
So there's a reason for that. So he's excellent. So if you look at the offensive players of the week, just something I wanted to highlight for you. Oh, there's one more. Before we get there, we've got Aiden Silver for River Forest.
Yeah, really. Aiden, we've just talked about him. He had 4 TDs versus Bishop Knoll last week, and he is the person you look at that you need to stop if you're a defensive coach. He can do it all, but he also plays defense. So, he's very versatile.
Absolutely. So, like I was saying before we added Aiden Silver to this group, if you take this group, Matt Kuntz, J.J. Johnson, Riley Bank, Drake Bowen, Aiden Silver, and add maybe Justin Marshall, in my opinion, those are your highest caliber players here in Northwest Indiana. These are my MVPs, and from one week to the other, it could be any of them. But they're really excellent players.
And what's unique about this is, as good as Justin Marshall is, he's signed with Colorado State. He is going to be a factor in college. There's no doubt about it. You notice his name this last week wasn't on this. And it's because he's playing for a Maryville team that is hugely athletic.
Right.
A couple of these other guys maybe, wouldn't have the same numbers if they played for Maryville, but certainly Justin Marshall is one heck of a player.
Oh, he was. And he was a little banged up last week. And from all reports that we've heard that he should be back this week playing in a big one against Valpo. But enough about the offense. Let's talk about the defense. We had Cooper Watts with Munster.
I don't know if he's any relation to T.J. Watts. Or
JJ,
no,
right?
I don't think so. No, what are they? 3. Get this one. 3 interceptions versus Highland.
3.
That is amazing.
At what point do you stop throwing towards it?
Who's that? Coordinator there?
Right.
And then Keegan Wrigley for Chesterton had 2 interceptions. One was a pick 6.
That's another.
Portage.
Stop throwing at these guys. They're going to pick it off, and this one's taking them for touchdowns. And 2 of my favorite names in Northwest Indiana, you've got Trent Lococo and Quentin Falls from Calumet.
Yeah, and Calumet has a number of really excellent players, but these 2 each had a fumble recovery against Griffith.
All right, I think we got a phone call coming in, but no, maybe I'm just seeing things. My signal was off, so I apologize for that. Let's move on to some of the unknown players of the week. Marco Castro here with Kankakee Valley.
He is unknown. I mean, we've talked about KV and their success this season, but boy, he had 2 TDs and 250 total yards against Lowell, and Lowell is no slouch defensively. So, that's Castro really does a nice job.
And then we've got Amarian Brooks from Lake Central.
Yeah, he had 2 TDs and 99 yards versus Michigan City. And we talked about this earlier. Lake Central is coming on.
They are.
You talk about an Xavier Williams. Now you've got Amarian Brooks to help him out.
Man,
look out.
I tell you what, they're doing an excellent job out there in St. John, and they are, I'm telling you, they are putting together a quiet but very strong season so far. All right, so everyone's favorite, the special teams players of the week. We've got Lane Zander with KV.
Yeah, he had a 99-yard kickoff return for a TD.
Nice.
And then he comes back and catches a TD versus Lowell. So you don't see that happening against Lowell very often.
No, you don't. Anytime you have multiple touchdowns, that's an excellent situation. We've got about 3 more here. We've got Caden Brinton from KV.
Yes, and he hit a 22-yard field goal. We talked about, how important the field goal kickers are. He was one of them.
Yeah, and 22 yards anymore, that's not a chip shot.
No, that's right.
So we've got another one. We've got Ryan Pimentel. He's from Hobart.
Right. He had a 21-yard field goal. PJ Kusick from Andrena had a 17-yard one. And one I had to add today, okay, so I didn't get it on paper here. Peyton McIntosh for Lake Station.
Oh, yeah.
All right, he had 2 TDs, 193 yards versus South Central. So congratulations to Peyton.
All right, so our phone lines have just now started lining up. It is about that time. So we're going to first and foremost go to Bradley Dorsey with an update from Wheeler versus Bishop Knoll. Bradley, real quick, what's going on out there?
Hey, guys. It is currently 14-0. Wheeler's leading. The first drive ended up with a 3-and-out from Bishop Knoll, and Wheeler also had a 3-and-out. Second drive, Bishop Knoll threw an interception to Wheeler, and they returned it for a touchdown. Bishop Knoll then got the football back and started their next offensive drive. It ended in a punt. The punt got taken back for another return touchdown. It is now 14-0 with 7 minutes left in the first quarter.
All right, Bradley, thank you so much. We'd like to, next time you call in, we'll get some more insight from you, but we've got a phone line log jam here, so we're going to have to move on to our next caller. So thank you, Bradley. Looking forward to hearing more from you. All right, we're going to move from Wheeler versus Bishop Knoll to Reed Amons with an update from Valpo versus Maryville. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, Maryville takes the opening drive down the length of the field, and that is capped off by a 1-yard touchdown run by Justin Marshall. The extra point was good. That put Maryville up 7-0 in the opening minutes of the first quarter. Valparaiso has the ball at this point, and they look good on their opening offensive drive as well, picking up positive yardage on their first 6 plays of the game, and have already picked up 2 first downs. So right now there's 8:10 to go here in the opening quarter. Maryville on top 7-0, and Valparaiso with the ball for the first time out to midfield at this point.
So, Dr. Reed, quick question for you. Justin Marshall has returned to the lineup. How's he looking out there?
He looked really good. Actually, Maryville opened up with, I think, 4 of their first plays were passing plays, and they connected on all of those with completions. A really nice, about 25-yard reception by Philip Roche to set the Pirates up nicely. And then the very next play was Justin Marshall rolling one for about 23 yards down inside the 5-yard line before he eventually punched it in from a yard out. But, yeah, he looked good tonight, and really the Maryville offense looked good. And up to this point, Valparaiso's offense looks really good as well as they're out past midfield at this point.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Reed. We appreciate the updates. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
Sounds great, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you. So we're going to move on now to Gary Schultz, who has the Calumet at South Bend Clay game. Gary, what's going on out there?
Well, at the end of the first half, we have Calumet 20, Clay 0. Murray's or Pounce had an 8-yard run and went out of bounds with .06 left in the first quarter. And the next play was a 62-yard pass play for a touchdown.
Wow.
Oh, wow. All right. So, Gary, what is the key to this game right now?
Clay just is definitely outmanned. They start a possession in the second quarter here. On the first play, they were on their own 16. Quarterback fumbled the snap. Calumet jumped on it, and now they just scored again.
Just now?
Just now.
So that was a live play.
Live play. They just went in.
Who fell on that?
Pardon me?
Did you catch who fell on the ball there?
No, I did not catch.
That's okay.
On the
It seems like action's happening all around you right now, Gary. So one more time, we've got a call waiting behind you, so we're going to let you go here pretty quick. What is the score and the time?
All right. I'm just trying to see if the extra point went through.
Okay.
Calumet 27, Clay 0, 11:45 left in the second quarter.
All righty. Thank you. I appreciate it, Gary.
All right, bye.
All right, thank you much. We're going to move on from Al to Al Rodriguez with Whiting at Hanover. Al, what's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing tonight? It's a brisk night for football, but what we got is Whiting to first, so they kicked off to Hanover. Hanover started their drive, and they ended up with a 62-yard run by Hazley. Point after was good. The score is 7-0. Hanover with 10:43 left in the first quarter. Whiting has possession, and they got nothing on their first drive.
So Hazley is kind of dominating, running the ball?
He ran right up the gut of Whiting. I mean, he was just like a rocket unleashed. He just took off, and nobody was near him. The boy can run.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can.
So, Al, what are you seeing in this game so far? Is this really a Hanover by the numbers?
Yeah, it just started, but right now Hanover's defense is being strong. 2 runs by Whiting, and, I go by the history of Whiting. I graduated from Calumet. Whiting was always the dominant figure. They have not run against Hanover yet, so it's 3rd and 11 right now. So they're a negative right now.
So they're moving backwards. So,
yep.
All right, Al.
I'll keep you informed, but I'll keep an eye on the defense because that seems to be Hanover's strength. Their offense is really good though too, but their defense is tough.
I think they're a good football program here.
Well-rounded.
All right, one more time. The score and time. Oh, go ahead.
One thing I wanted to say, it's going to be next year's going to be interesting because they move up a level.
Sure.
And they are graduating so many seniors because tonight was senior night. There had to be 11 or 12 seniors graduating off the team.
A lot of leadership.
Once again, the score is Hanover 7, Whiting nothing. 9:14 left in the first quarter, and Whiting we're waiting to see if Whiting gets the first down. But that's a wrap.
All right, thank you, Al. I appreciate the update. All right, Wayne, we have a lot of action that happened right there. Let's start off with our game of the week. It seems like Maryville has started quickly, passing the ball, giving the ball off to Marshall, which, is real nice to see him back in the running. Maryville with an early lead here, but Valpo driving.
Well, that's the thing. Coach Dr. Reed Amons was saying that Valpo looked good. They on their first possession, they're moving the football, and if they can get a score here, Valparaiso, and keep it close in the first half.
Right.
That bodes well for the Vikings. But Maryville has a lot of talent. I don't know if, and I'm going to ask Dr. Reed Amons this at maybe halftime, but if Philip Roche has gotten any offers from colleges. He is a defensive safety for the Pirates, and he is an outstanding receiver. He has tremendous quickness, as it's shown tonight. So I really wonder if he is, getting any looks.
I mean, we'll have to see. He's obviously a good athlete.
Yeah.
So we know he's going to have the opportunity to play it probably at some level.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see at which level and which folks are looking at him, because he's a dynamic talent. Also, we've got an update that Hanover has started off quick, as they normally do.
Yep, 7-0 over Whiting, and as Al Rodriguez was saying, it's nice to look at all those points that Hanover is putting up, but they're not letting anybody score on them either. So that means a double whammy there.
So both sides of the ball looking really good there. So that's a good sign for Hanover there. And one more thing before we move on to a quick break here is that there was an update from Calumet out in South Bend, Clay. That game is kind of getting out of hand pretty early.
Yeah, in fact, they entertained us. They scored when we were talking to Gary Schultz, so we really appreciate that.
Yeah.
27-0 Calumet over South Bend Clay at this point.
Yeah, that game's going to be out of hand. It's probably going to be a running clock by the end of the once we get into the second half. But it is what it is. So that's why we go out here. That's why we play the game. And with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Ever been in a spot, an impossible fix with impossible people, probably all of them related to you? And nobody asked for your opinion. But today, they're going to find out anyway. Snap probably presents Back Talk. Snap Judgment. Do not miss it.
Saturday at 11 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This camp where we have kids working on a working farm all summer, one of the things that we have the kids do is raise chickens and then kill them. I'm a vegetarian.
Join us for stories of culture shock. That's next time on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
In Mexico, new proof of a government cover-up in the disappearance of 43 students.
Marines arrive at the dump, and this enormous planting operation goes into effect.
On the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
And now, your Game Night Scoreboard update.
Well, what's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. These scores are rolling in fast and furious. So let's see what's going on tonight. Starting off with Crown Point and Laporte in the first quarter. Crown Point's up in this one 7-0. J.J. Johnson with a touchdown run. Michigan City at Portage. Michigan City's gotten off to a quick 7-0 lead. Jalil Watkins with a touchdown for the Wolves. Valpo at Maryville, first quarter of action. Maryville's up in this one 7-0 on Justin Marshall, 1-yard touchdown run. Morton at Hammond in the battle for Hammond, the first installment of it at the end of one. Hammond Central's up 7-0. Calumet at South Bend Clay, second quarter. Calumet's up in this one 27-0. Andrew Markham with 2 touchdown passes on the night, both to TJ Caldwell. Marion Chandler with a 23-yard run, and Anthony Ponce with a touchdown run for the Warriors. Wheeler at Bishop Knoll, first quarter of action. Wheeler's up in this one 14-0. Whiting at Hanover Central, first quarter of action. 7-0 Wildcats are up. Kyle Hazley, 62-yard touchdown run. Andrean at Munster. Andrean's up in this one 14-0. Drake Bowen with both touchdowns for the 59ers. First one was on a pass from Billy Henry, and the other one on the ground for 15 yards out. Hobart at KV. Hobart's up in this one 7-0. Trey Gibson with an 84-yard touchdown run. And Benton Central at Rensselaer in the first quarter. Benton Central's up 6-0. Triton at North Judson, second quarter of action. North Judson's up 15-7. And at the half in West Central and Winnemac, 14-7. West Central's up.
All right, thank you, Steve Schmidt. We appreciate the updates. And speaking of updates, we've got an update from Al Rodriguez with Whiting at Hanover. Al, what's going on out there?
Hello. Well, Whiting's drive kind of stalled. They tried to fool Hanover with a quick pass on fourth down. It was intercepted by Galen Hound, who set tied the record for interceptions at Hanover tonight.
Oh, wow, good for him.
Now they marched in off of 5 yards. They scored, so the score is now 14, Hanover 14, Whiting 0. They scored with about 8 minutes left in the first quarter. So Whiting got the ball again. Now they just got another loss. 2nd and 12 on their first drive again.
All right, Al. Seems like Hanover's really flexing their muscle as they normally do. Do you expect this dominance to continue?
Oh, gosh. Right now they've got Whiting on their heels. They look a little confused because none of their plays are working. So right now, Hanover's a dominant issue right here. Let's see how this run goes. He stopped. He's going nowhere.
Hey, Al, you said that House tied the Hanover Central record for interceptions?
That's what they announced, yes. So okay. I didn't make that up. The announcer said it.
Okay.
He tied it, or did he break it?
I heard he tied it.
So. Okay. So maybe
he'll break it tonight. If he, I'll let you guys know if he does.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Al. One more time, the score and time update.
Right now, Hanover 14, Whiting nothing. 6 minutes left in the first quarter.
All right, thank you, Al. I appreciate it. We'll go from Al to Russell Brodacre from Crown Point at Laporte. Russell, what's going on?
What's going on, guys? It's a beautiful night for football here at Kiwanis Field. Right now, Crown Point is up against Laporte, 14-0. Really, they're playing fast. They're playing stronger than Laporte right now. So I'm waiting to see if Laporte kind of turns that corner.
Who scored the second touchdown?
That'd be J.J. Johnson, their quarterback. That's his second touchdown of the night.
Wow.
They're doing a little bit of a read option, but he's also got an arm. He's not afraid to throw it around. So I've seen him quite a few throws, but once they get down and around the red zone, he's pretty much just more comfortable running it in.
Yeah, J.J. Johnson's a dynamic player here. Russell, what do you think it's going to take for Laporte to kind of chisel back into this game?
I think they're going to have to start running downhill a little bit, not be afraid to be physical. They're right now being pretty spread across for the defense. They might want to overload that box in the middle, but they're up against one heck of an O-line. So we'll see. They just got to be dynamic alongside with it and adapt throughout the game.
Yeah, there's a reason why Crown Point has been so successful this year. Their lines have been pretty excellent and quite stellar. So it's going to be a tall order for Laporte, but Laporte's got a lot of fight in them.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. But man, this game's giving me goosebumps. And also to be noted, their quarterback this evening. Sorry, guys. Dylan Salisbury is running quarterback. He was receiver for him last week. They threw him in for the second half. Apparently, he gave some good looks. So he's in for tonight under center for Laporte.
All right. Thank you, Russell. We appreciate it. One more time, the score and time update, please.
It is 14-0 Crown Point. 6 minutes left in the first quarter.
All right, thank you, Russell. Appreciate it. We'll move from Russell on to Chuck DeMoss with an update of Triton at North Judson. Chuck, what's going on out there?
Yeah, Brock Benson just ran one in from 48 yards, I believe it was, to put Judson up 28-15 at this moment, waiting for the extra point to be kicked here by Frazier, it looks like. But, yeah, before that, Cheyenne Allen ran one in, I think it's about 8 yards out, put Judson up 22-7. Triton answered on a 37-yard run by quarterback Cole Shively. The 2-point conversion was good by Anthony Shue. That made the score 15-22 until just about 30 seconds ago when Brock Benson ran it in to give Judson another score and put them up on the scoreboard 29-15.
So, Chuck, it looks like the North Judson Thunder and Thunder running backs are really doing their job.
Yeah, so far tonight they are. Yeah, I think Brock's got about maybe 70 yards, and Cheyenne's only ran a couple times, but he caught one pass for a good gain. So, yeah, the 1-2-3 punch is working well for Judson tonight.
All right, thank you, Chuck. One more time, what is the score and time update, please?
We have 2:32 to go till half. We have North Judson up 29-15 over Triton.
All right, thank you, Chuck.
And we have a halftime score from Winnemac. It was 14-7. West Central was up on Winnemac.
Oh, all right. All right, thank you, Chuck. We appreciate all the updates.
All right, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, catch you. So we'll move from Chuck DeMoss and move on to our game of the night with Reed Amons and an update of Valparaiso versus Maryville. Reed, what's going on?
Well, on their last possession, Valparaiso drove about half the field, all on running plays, and facing a 4th down and inches from inside the Maryville 5-yard line. Coach Marshall elected to go for it, ran a quarterback sneak, and the 4th down was converted. The very next play, Thomas Berta runs one in from 4 yards out. The extra point was good for the Vikings. That ties the game at 7-7. Maryville does have the ball back, though, at this point, and they are on the Valparaiso side of the field as the first quarter starts to wane. There's just about 20 seconds to go here in the opening quarter. Score tied 7-7 with Maryville with the ball at midfield.
So, Reed, it appears that Valpo's rushing attack has taken control of the line of scrimmage, at least early.
Yeah, they did a really nice job. They have thrown the ball downfield one time, but nothing short, and that was really the only pass attempt of the first quarter for the Vikings. But they have been able to move the ball very effectively on the ground. Maryville has yet to have a tackle for loss or really a stop at the line of scrimmage. Valparaiso is getting 3, 4, 7 yards per play on the ground. So, yeah, this opening quarter went very well for the Vikings on the ground. Right now, we just concluded the first quarter. Valparaiso 7, Maryville 7, and what should be a great rest of the game.
All right, thanks, Dr. Reed. We appreciate it. Wayne, did you have something you wanted to add? No. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
Andrew, did you have an update on a score?
Yeah, the Morton Governors are currently leading Hammond Central 14-7 right now in the first quarter.
That's a surprise. That is a surprise there.
Yeah, that is a surprise right there. It is a circumstance where we were thinking Hammond Central might have the advantage here, and Morton is coming back and doing their thing.
Big rivalry, Hammond. The game.
Sure.
Hammond Morton against Hammond Central, and maybe most people, us pundits, thought that Hammond Central would run away with this. Morton says, no, not yet.
Well, fair enough. I mean, there's a reason why these are, this is obviously a new rivalry, but these are all people that are friends and playing against each other, so they're familiar. And so, that's going to be an interesting one to see how that shakes out as the night progresses. Another interesting one that we have here is Al Rodriguez. Al, what's going on at Whiting versus Hanover there?
Hey, I'm just glad they got cell phones where you push buttons instead of rotary dial. That's so much easier.
Or flip phones.
Yeah. Can I ask you, what's the score on the Calumet game, and who are they playing? I couldn't hear that.
Calumet is up 27-0 against South Bend Clay.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, anyways, we had here Whiting was on their 12, 13-yard line. It was 4th and 11. Uh-oh, another touchdown coming up. Whoa! Wow!
What do we got there?
I'm just sorry. That number 11 just scored on that. That was about a 40-yard pass to Howard. Yeah, Gannon Howard. Okay. And, well, anyways, with 4th and 11 earlier, Whiting went to kick. The snap went over the punter's head, and it was recovered by Sam. I wrote his name down so I get Sam Chambers. All right, so it was 21-0. Gannon Howes just caught a nice bomb for about 40-some yards and scored. So point after, it's good. 28-0.
28-0. Yeah, you're getting winded running up and down the field watching all these touchdowns.
There's Hanover 28. Let me give you something I noticed. I didn't say earlier about Hanover. They're strong up the middle. They're quick on the corners, and they're gang tackling. 3 things that are really strong for Hanover right now. But anyways, right now the score is Hanover 28. Whiting 0, 2:44 left in the first quarter.
In the first quarter. Okay. Thank you, Al. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
Take care.
All right. You as well. So we've got a lot of good action already tonight, gentlemen.
Yeah, we do. Boy, I tell you, as the season goes on, Hanover just continues to produce over and over and over again.
It's really impressive. It really is. Obviously they will run into some tougher competition, especially towards the end of the year with Calumet, who's already looking really good today against South Bend Clay, but also into the sectionals and the regionals. If they get that far, there's some good teams that are on their horizon. But so far, they are just dominant as could be.
It'd be so nice if they could keep their seniors and move into the crossroads and then see what they could do.
What they could do.
But that's not reality.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be maybe some rougher sledding, moving into a new conference in a tougher weight class with younger players that are less experienced. But you know what? They're well coached, and there is a lot of talent on this team. So I think they should be able to hold their own, at least for a little bit early, but there might be some growing pains.
Oh, yeah.
So our game of the night, Valparaiso at Maryville. I kind of thought that Maryville might be able to get out to an early lead and potentially hold Valpo off as a rushing team, but it seems like Valpo's line, although young, they have started to really assert themselves, and they marched down the field and tied the game up at 7.
When you look at this particular game, what jumps out at me right away is how did Valpo score, and how is it similar to when Maryville played Crown Point? What did Crown Point do? Ran the ball on Maryville.
Right.
So this may be something that Maryville needs to take, at halftime and start making adjustments, because two good conference teams have run the ball on them.
That's really an excellent point, Wayne. I didn't think of it that way, but you're on to something. And I think even Reed mentioned that Maryville does struggle a little bit against the run, and you're starting to see it with some of these teams that have a skilled rushing attack. It'll be interesting to see how the Lake Centrals of the world, when they play Maryville, see how that works, because they have a strong offense as well. Andrew, did you have something to say?
It's kind of hard to stop. I mean, for Maryville, you could tell that they did not really have somebody waiting in the wings to replace Kenneth Grant after he graduated last year to go to Michigan.
Sure.
So, hearing that Maryville is struggling against the run this year kind of is not that big of a surprise to me, considering they lost a tremendous athlete to graduation.
Yeah, there's not a ton of replacement you can do for someone like that.
No.
And there's a reason why he's wearing the winged helmet and playing in the big house for the number 5 ranked team in the nation. So obviously he's an electric talent there, but obviously there's been some good talent there previously, but you get that experience, and it's hard to replace someone that big and that strong and that athletic. Speaking of big, strong, and athletic, we have Crown Point doing what they do against Laporte.
Yeah, their Crown Point is stopping Laporte. Their defense is outstanding. They're able to open up holes. They got a 14-0 lead at this point.
Right.
It's away at Laporte, but they do basically. They don't change their offense week to week. They do the same thing over and over. It's bulldog bully ball over and over and over again.
Right. This is what I'm going to do. Stop me.
Yep.
That's what Coach Mazzia is doing out there in Crown Point right now, and it is working. He is undefeated. You always play to your own strengths, and you don't want to necessarily play to another team's weaknesses. You play to your own strength, and if they can't stop you, they can't do it.
I totally agree. I would like to get a Chesterton Lake Central score. I don't know if we have one of those or not.
Yeah, I haven't seen one. I think Andrew's going to try to find one here. I know that we've had a scoreboard update recently, but I don't remember that one there. Here's Steve.
Yeah, that game, Chesterton Lake Central, no score after 1.
No score after 1.
All right.
All right, bud.
Ask and you shall receive.
Yes.
Steve Schmidt on the ball as always. He keeps his eye on the ball. He is a baseball coach, so he's got that concentration going on there. Calumet looking really good versus Clay. They're up, 27-0 in the first quarter. So that's obviously a bit of a lopsided game there. Wheeler Bishop Knoll. Wheeler starting to look pretty good. They're up 14-0 against Bishop Knoll. Again, like you said, there's a lot of depth issues at Bishop Knoll. They're a little bit. The numbers aren't there. It takes a while to get those numbers up and get yourself in a position where you can succeed. Do we have any updates from Hobart and KV? I thought that would have been a good game here.
I thought Hobart was up 14-0 against.
Is that
KV.
right? Okay.
I thought so.
All right, I didn't catch that one. And then of course Judson up 2 scores already on Triton.
29-15.
29-15. We got Steve Schmidt back again with an update.
Did you see that? He was like a catcher. He was giving us
signals, but I'm not a baseball guy, so I can't read those things. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed anyways. So Steve, what do you got on that one?
The Hobart KV game, 21-0 Brickies.
21-0 Brickies. So thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. So Hobart, rebounding from an emotional rival loss last week, looking really good against a KV team that, at least early in the season, was really impressive. Now, Kankakee Valley's struggling the last couple of weeks, but then again, they're playing some competition. That's exactly right.
Look at the competition. Kennedy's going to get that thing turned around.
He's going to be all right.
And they're good now. I mean, they still have a winning record, but right now they're still in transition a little bit.
Right.
And they're going to be good next year and the year after when Kennedy finally smooths out the rough edges.
It takes a couple years to instill your program and then get your Pop Warner programs, your middle school programs to feed into that. It will take a few years to get that going. This isn't college where you get one good recruiting class, all of a sudden you're a superstar.
Right.
So it's going to take a while for that to work out, but Kennedy's the man to do it for sure.
We haven't seen Gary Graben or heard from him. He's a little at Highland, and I just wonder if that's still a scoreless game.
I would imagine not. We do have a call that has kind of ping-ponged in and out. I'm not sure if it's an update or not, but Gary, if you are listening to us, give us a call. But before then, we're going to go ahead and take a break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
On the next Radio Lab.
I'm at the LA County Hospital.
A hospital visit.
Check myself in at
And a whole lot of intestinal discomfort, all potentially caused by...
There was a big party.
Yeah, about 60,000 years ago.
A prehistoric...
And there was a lot of sex.
Orgy.
Sex between Neanderthals and humans.
My goodness me.
That's on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
Filmmaker Abigail Disney has covered efforts to bring peace to conflicts around the world, but for her latest film, she turns the lens on the family business, the Disney Company, where she says life for too many employees is anything but enchanted.
When you think about American business and the role it plays in American culture, it is the only place to start if you want to make life better for Americans.
That's on the next All Things Considered from NPR News. Tune in at 4 p.m. for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
This is Chris from Springfield, Illinois. I listen to Bullseye because regardless of who's on, I know it'll be smart, sincere, and funny.
I'm Jesse Thorne. This week, Billy Eichner, host of Billy on the Street and creator and star of the new romantic comedy Bros, plus Michael R. Jackson, creator of the Tony Award-winning musical A Strange Loop. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in Saturday night at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
All right, Ben Kolzinski back with Wayne Sventnoff, Andrew Johnson manning the switches, and Steve Schmidt will be joining us shortly with a scoreboard update. Before we get moving here, I want to give a special thanks to Great Greek Mediterranean Grill for taking care of the crew for game night. The Great Greek offers a variety of Greek food favorites. Great Greek is a made-from-scratch kitchen complete with menu offerings of fresh, healthy, and the highest quality ingredients. With dine-in and take-out options, Great Greek Grill also offers catering. And did we mention you can also order online? The Great Greek Mediterranean Grill is not your average Euro show, so stop in and get the full experience for yourself. They're on 109th, in between Broadway and 65, and they provided us with my favorite food on earth, the Greek gyros, which is, I love them so much, and this is delicious. So yet another sponsor who has come in here and given us a beautiful dinner, and we greatly appreciate everything they've done for us.
They really have, and they are very, very outstanding, I'll tell you. And we want to also thank NIPSCO. We can't do this show without NIPSCO. They have supported us over and over and over again. They have been with Game Night for the last 14 years. They've been here even longer for the Scoreboard show that we've had, which is tonight at 10:30 on either Channel 56 or Channel 17, whether you have cable or dish. It is on at 10:30. Ben and I and Joe Arredondo, who leads the show, drives the show, we all will come on. We'll have highlights. We've got shooters all over the area. We have highlights. We'll talk about those highlights. We'll talk about the teams in the area. That's 10:30 till 11 on the Lakeshore Public Television.
Absolutely.
Let's then go to, we have a Scoreboard update.
Yes, we do. We got Steve Schmidt with the Scoreboard update.
And now, your Game Night Scoreboard update.
Well, what's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. Lots of excitement here in Week 7 of the high school football season, so let's see how your favorite team's doing tonight. Starting off in Duneland play, Chesterton at Lake Central. The end of 1, no score. Crown Point at Laporte, last update in the first quarter, 14-0 Bulldogs. J.J. Johnson, both touchdowns on the ground. Michigan City at Portage at the end of 1. Michigan City's up 21-0. Touchdowns for the Wolves tonight. Jaleel Watkins, Michael Woodward, and a 22-yard pass from Tyler Bush to Campbell. Valpo at Maryville at the end of 1, 7-all is the score. Justin Marshall with a touchdown for the Pirates, 1 yard out, and Thomas Berta for 3 yards out for the Vikings. Morton at Hammond Central in the second quarter. Hammond Morton's up in this one, 14-7. Right. Calumet at South Bend Clay, second quarter. Calumet's up in this one, 40-0. Andrew Markham with 4 touchdowns through the air for the Warriors. Griffith at Boone Grove in the second quarter. Boone Grove's up in this one, 6-0. Roland to Noonan for a 33-yard touchdown pass. South Central at River Forest at the end of 1. River Forest is up 14-0. Aiden Silver, both touchdowns for the Ingots. Wheeler at Bishop Knoll, last update was in the first quarter, and the Bearcats were up 14-0. Whiting at Hanover Central, 28-0 in the first quarter in favor of the Wildcats. Matt Kuntz with 2 touchdowns for the Wildcats. Andrain at Munster, second quarter. Andrain's up in this one, 23-0. All 3 touchdowns for the 59ers have been by Drake Bowen. Hobart at KV, first quarter. Hobart's up in this one, 21-0. Benton Central at Rensselaer. Rensselaer has now taken the lead, 21-6 over Benton Central. Second quarter in Triton and North Judson, 22-15. North Judson is up. And third quarter of action here in West Central and Winnemac. West Central's up 20-7. Stay tuned for the remainder of the show tonight. I'm Steve Schmidt.
Steve, one question here. You said the score of Calumet was what?
40-0.
40, and Markham has 4 touchdowns?
Yes, he does.
You do realize that this young man, Andrew Markham, for Calumet, leads the area in passing. He has 1,315 yards and 19 touchdowns. Well, now 23 touchdowns. That is amazing.
He's one of the top 10 passers in the entire state, too, Wayne.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, really excellent performance that he's putting on. He's had a good year, and looking forward to seeing more from him because he's been awfully exciting this season.
You know, you just kind of, and I hate to do this, but you just kind of hate to look down the road. But when you put Markham against, Matt Kuntz,
that matchup.
You've got That has to be one of our games of the week.
Yeah, you'd imagine.
That's going to be the shootout of the season, I think.
I can't wait.
Right.
Can't wait. So I don't know if this game's a shootout or not, but we've got Bradley Dorsey with an update from Wheeler at Bishop Knoll. So, Bradley, what do you got going on out there?
Hey, guys. The score is 20-6 with 1 minute left in the second quarter. Bishop Knoll lost the ball 2 times to a fumble and an interception. Wheeler was not able to do anything on those drives. Bishop Knoll's defense stood tall. Luke Buska has 2 sacks in the first half. Bishop Knoll then received a punt and took it 20 yards and drove down the field and threw a 22-yard touchdown pass and now has 7 points to Wheeler's 20.
So what's the score?
7-20.
7-20. Okay, 20-7. Wheeler over Bishop Knoll.
Yep.
Bradley, what do you think is the key right now for Wheeler?
The key for Wheeler is to get Bishop Knoll's defensive line off of them. They need to do more moving in the line of scrimmage and motion because right now the Bishop Knoll defensive line is eating them up. Wheeler's passing game, however, has been working very well, other than the 2 sacks that I was telling you about. But as long as Bishop Knoll can hold down on the passing defense, I feel like they can pull this game out.
All right, thank you, Bradley. One more time, what was that score and time update?
The score is 20-7, and there is 1 minute and 19 seconds left in the second quarter.
All right, thank you much. Give us a call back in the third quarter, please.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you much. That's Bradley Dorsey with an update on Wheeler versus Bishop Knoll. We're going to go from Bradley Dorsey to Gary Schultz. Gary, what do you got going on from Calumet and South Bend Clay?
At halftime, Calumet 47, Clay 0. It's been pretty much one-sided.
Do you have Markham for 4 touchdown passes or more?
I got him for 4 touchdown passes. Let me look. I think 4 touchdown passes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. 47-0. Is he just throwing at will here?
No, they're running like crazy too. They're just doing everything. They have, according to my unofficial statistics, they have 372 yards at halftime, and Clay has 93.
Wow. 372 to 93. Yep. Wow.
My goodness. Yep. My goodness. So, one more time, Gary, we've got some calls piling up behind you. What is the score and time update?
All right. It's halftime. Calumet 47, Clay 0.
All right, 47-0. So, all right, thank you, Gary. I appreciate the update. Give us a call in third quarter.
All right.
All right, thank you much. We'll move from Gary here to Al Rodriguez with an update of Whiting versus Hanover. Al, what's going on?
Hey, hello, good evening. Oh, it's a nippy night, but they're scoring a lot of hot plays. Hanover just scored again and Kunstaharo pass of 25 yards. The score is now Hanover 35, Whiting 0. And I will tell you the last couple of offensive sets of Whiting, I think I got them committed to memory. 4th and 12, 4th and 12, 4th and 11, 4th and 11. It's getting ugly.
Wow. Al, does Howe have 1 interception TD and 1 receiving TD?
Let me see. I got everything written down here. Let's see. Paisley Run, House, Kunst to House. That's two pass TDs.
For Howe?
From Kunst to House, yeah.
Yeah, 2 TDs. Okay.
Right. Just intercepted by Hanover again. He's running. He's on the sideline. He's going in all the way. He cut. Yes. Another touchdown. Gannon House with another interception. 43-yard interception by Gannon House.
Wow.
To score.
So that should be the record breaker, right?
Yep.
That should be the record breaker. Well, we'll announce it even if they don't. What the heck?
All right. Well, Al, you are just the beacon of action. Pending extra point, what's the score and time update right now?
Right now, well, the kicker's been pretty accurate, except he did have a 32-yard kick. They went and he kicked it wide left, which looked strange to me, but that's what they said it was. So it'll be 42-0. Hanover 42, Whiting 0, 8:23 in the second quarter. Take it good.
All right. Thank you, Al. I appreciate the
Take
update.
care.
All right.
Wow.
So that game's going to be a running clock here shortly.
Oh, yeah. Before half.
Now let's move on to a game that isn't a running clock at this point. We got Reed Amons with an update of Valparaiso versus Maryville. This is our game of the week. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, and as the game really started out on full throttle early in the first quarter, it's really slowed down here in the second quarter especially. But Maryville really took advantage of some miscues by Valparaiso. Valparaiso had the ball on their own 23-yard line facing a second down and 13. The snap went over the quarterback's head all the way down inside the Valparaiso 5 and down to the 2-yard line. So they were facing a third and long. Valparaiso just ran the ball out. Just picked up about a yard, but then on the ensuing punt formation, the snap once again went over the head of the receiver, which would have been the punter in that case for a Maryville safety. So Maryville goes on top 9-7 with just about 4 minutes to go in the second quarter. The free kick gave Maryville excellent field position just south about midfield. Maryville has the ball right now with about 2.5 minutes to go. Oh my, there's going to be a long pass here. I can't see who it is, but Maryville's going to have the ball down inside, looks like inside the 10-yard line. There's 2:20 to go. Maryville's already on top. Actually, he got into the end zone. I'm sorry, it was clear on the other side of the field, but he got into the end zone. So that was a 55-yard touchdown pass from Jalen Thomas, and I did not see who the receiver was, though, unfortunately. The extra point's pending, so that means Maryville goes on top 15-7 with 2:20 to go here in the opening half. And as Wayne asked before, Martinez is here to kick tonight for the Pirates. He's lining up for the extra point. The hold is down, the kick is up, and it's good. So that puts the Pirates ahead 16-7, scoring 9 unanswered with a safety and a touchdown for Maryville. 2:20 to go here in the opening half. 16-7 Pirates over the Vikings.
Thanks, Reed, for looking that up, and I appreciate you helping me here.
Absolutely, no problem, Wayne.
All right, Dr. Reed, one question for you before we let you go. You said that Valpo's made a couple mistakes and Maryville's taking advantage of them. Does Valpo have what it takes to right this ship and get back into this one?
I think so. They're moving the ball on the ground pretty well. They have not been able to really complete much downfield in the passing game up to this point. We talked a little bit in the pregame about the contrasting styles of the two quarterbacks. Justin Clark, a little bit more of a runner. The other quarterback, senior quarterback Ian Wilson, is more of a passer. Actually, for the first time, I think this year, Ian Wilson has been lining up at wide receiver. I think he's already caught one ball for about a 15-yard gain, so they're using him in a little bit of a different way. But, yeah, I think Valparaiso certainly has the potential here that they will get the ball here to end the first half, probably more than likely, and then also they get it first in the second half. So, we could be looking at a Valpo lead here before too much longer, even though that Maryville defense has looked good here the last couple of possessions. Certainly Valparaiso's got a chance here. Those miscues on the snaps really hurt the Vikings, but they have been picking up positive yardage on almost every running play. The Maryville defense has done better the last couple of possessions, keeping those rushing yards down a little bit, but they are still picking up positive yardage. All right, thanks, Dr. Reed. One more time, the score and time update, please. Yeah, absolutely. We have Maryville on top of the Vikings tonight, 16-7. There's 2:19 to go here in the second quarter. So the first half is just starting to wind down here. Maryville leads Valparaiso 16-7. All right, thanks, Dr. Reed. We appreciate the updates. So, Coach, it seems like Maryville has come back from a little bit of a momentum-lacking situation to having full momentum, but this game isn't over quite yet. No, it isn't, and I think Dr. Reed was talking about the fact that Valpo has moved the ball on Maryville. They just can't get it in the end zone, and that's a key, I think, for Maryville. I mean, they are going to have to improve that defense and stop the run for teams in the sectional and stuff like that if they want to advance.
Yeah, absolutely. Valparaiso snapping the ball over their punter's head, leading to a safety, or over their quarterback's head, leading to a huge loss. You can't be making those types of mistakes if you want to be in the hunt for a conference title. We all know that they're battling to only be one game behind Crown Point right now. Anything can happen at any given point. You can't be making those little mistakes, especially this late in the year, to make sure that, hey, you've been practicing all season. Let's get this taken care of. You'll be all right, but you can't be making those mistakes.
That's right. There's no doubt about that. And I think that, Coach Marshall is such a good coach. I think that they're going to take care of that. I think that they can make a real turnaround here, but they got to get through this game first.
So, yeah, it seems like there's a lot of action going on right now. I think that we're in a position where we need to be able to catch our breath because this action is way too hot and heavy for us right now. So let's go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore. Listener-supported public radio.
Ian continues on its path. We have the latest on the storm and recovery, also Russia's annexation in 2 Ukrainian villages, and some comfort amid all the gloom.
Don't turn that like a wet mop because it still stays on you. You really have to break the yolk.
Jacques Pepin cooks.
Yeah, I have nice yolk here.
Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News. Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
For decades, HBO has meant TV that pushes the envelope.
They were the original Netflix. They were a disruptor in this space, willing to sort of come in at a time when prestige and television were not synonymous.
But now that HBO's parent company has merged with Discovery, that might be changing. How HBO transformed television and what the future of prestige TV might look like. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Sunday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Ever been in a spot, an impossible fix with impossible people, probably all of them related to you? And nobody asked for your opinion. But today, they're going to find out anyway. Snap probably presents Back Talk. Snap Judgment. Do not miss it.
Saturday at 11 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This is listener-supported public radio in Northwest Indiana. 89.1 FM, Lakeshore Public Radio. WLPR FM, Lowell.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore. Listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
All right, we got Ben Kolzinski back here with some action. Northwest Indiana football. Andrew Johnson managing the switches. And with me for the next segment here is Steve Schmidt. And with that in mind, we've got an update from Russell Brodiker from Crown Point at Laporte. Russell, what's going on out there?
What's going on, gentlemen? So we have 8 minutes left of the first half. And right now, Crown Point is up 30-0 against Laporte.
30-0. Okay.
Correct.
So, Russell, I have a quick question for you. Is this a Laporte not having it tonight, or is it really just Crown Point really bringing it?
You know, it's a combination for sure. Laporte's offense right now has 2 fumbles, has had to punt it twice on 4th down, and has turned it over on down. So their offense isn't really making it happen. Just a lot of incomplete passes, and then their runs are getting stopped pretty close to the line.
So, Russell, what was it, 30-0? So 30-0 is a high mountain to climb in the second half. What would be a successful scenario in the second half for Laporte?
Oh, my friend, it could really be anything. I would have to say they'd have to switch up their game plan a little bit. Salisbury looks pretty comfortable with the throws and outside of the pocket, but maybe trying to put together the run game would probably help them. But that's a tough one to come back from.
Yeah, it is. And for Laporte, we're really in a situation where you are playing the best team in Northwest Indiana right now. There is no shame in being down by multiple scores against Crown Point. On the flip side of the question I just asked you about Laporte, let's talk about Crown Point. What is a successful second half for Crown Point?
honestly keeping up with what they're doing. I'm definitely seeing some extra swagger on their side.
Sure.
So they're getting a little confident, having fun with it for sure. J.J. Johnson, he's recorded at 3 rushing touchdowns, and he just threw a touchdown moments ago. So really, they're dynamic in the sense that their running and passing games are adequate, above adequate.
Oh, sure.
So I'd like to see them rotate a little bit of their other staff and try to see what they can kind of put together on that.
All right, thanks, Russell. Anything else you want to add while we're at halftime here?
Oh, my friend. No, I think Crown Point's just having themselves a field day right now. They got Laporte backed up against the goal line. Salisbury's throwing it, passed out of bounds. So it's just a running to the clock kind of game.
I appreciate it. Again, Russ, what was the score and time update?
It is 30-0 Crown Point with 7 minutes, 33 seconds left in the first half.
Oh, my goodness. Still quite a bit of time left. So I appreciate that, Russell. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
All right, sir. You have a good one.
All right, you as well. All right, so that game is a little bit out of hand here. Hopefully that Laporte can come back, make it a little more respectable in the second half, or in fairness, the second part of the first half. I mean, they're really only barely into the second quarter, and they're down 30-0. Not very encouraging, but you know what? This is why we play the sport. There's more to football than winning and losing, despite what you hear in all these win one for the Gipper type speeches. There's more to football than winning and losing. It's about showing fight. It's about showing improvement. And one team that has shown quite a bit of fight and quite a bit of improvement, or I don't know if they can improve anymore, is Hanover Central. They are hosting Whiting with Al Rodriguez giving us an update. Al, what's going on out there?
Hey, how are you doing? Well, Whiting had the kick. You only kicked from your end zone. Hanover recovered the ball on Whiting's 35-yard line. Couple of plays, Hanover ran up the middle, then Kuntz ran it in for 9 yards. So that's his second running touchdown for the night. The score now is Hanover 49, Whiting 0, 4:20 left in the second quarter.
With 4:20 left in the second quarter. So there is obviously a tremendously lopsided game. Is there anything that Hanover can do wrong, Al?
I haven't seen it tonight. I mean, it's been almost a penalty-free game. So it's not like anybody jumping off sides or being sloppy. It's just Hanover is totally dominant. I hate to use that word because I don't want to bring them bad luck, but they are dominant. Whiting can't run up the middle. The safeties are playing in. Whiting they only tried one pass and it didn't get them anything. So the safeties are running free to help with the gang tackling, and they just stop the run anywhere they go.
It seems like Hanover is continuing to click on all cylinders, so it's really a dominant performance. It sounds like against Whiting.
Very dominant performance.
Al, what can Whiting do to show some fight here in the second half?
Get on the bus.
Well, I mean, you caught me off guard with that one there, Al. So it's obviously they're down nearly 50 points here, and so
I mean, they're down so much. Hanover's going to put in their JV and freshman.
Sure.
So they might score offensively in the second half because we're going to have a running clock.
Right.
But I mean, offensively against Hanover's 18, they're not moving the ball at all. And I thought Whiting would have more opportunity or throw better to test the safeties, how strong they are, but their passes have been short and have been incomplete.
All right, Al, I appreciate the update. Seems like a lopsided game there. One more time, the score and time update.
Right now, there's 4 minutes left in the game. The score is Hanover 49, Whiting 0.
49-0. I appreciate it, Al. Thank you much. Give us a call in the third quarter, please.
Take care.
All right, take care. So, gentlemen, I've got Andrew Johnson here. I've got Steve Schmidt. We've got a couple lopsided games, but we've got a couple good ones, too. Depending on how Valpo Maryville fleshes out, that could end up being lopsided. But right now, we just talked to Al Rodriguez with the Hanover game. Hanover's continuing to roll. Steve, what do you think about that?
Week in, week out, we see Hanover Central is one of the top teams in the region, but we have to also keep this in mind. They play in a very tough sectional.
Yes.
And not potentially, they are the number one team in 3A in the entire state. West Lafayette's in that sectional. That's going to be a interesting matchup if they're able to meet up in the sectional championship game, which we are getting way ahead of ourselves with that. I knew you were going to say that.
Yes, I was about ready to call you on that one.
But that's just something that I'm looking forward to. But right now, they're playing great football, both sides of the ball, actually all three phases. And this is just what we're getting accustomed to week in, week out.
Andrew, what do you think?
Same. I mean, they're almost perfect in all three phases of the game. You know, everybody's circling that matchup in 2 weeks against Calumet. What really can we expect? There's nothing that we can really expect to see them trip over themselves before that game. You know,
you wouldn't think. Yeah, it's definitely their offense is a Ferrari offense, right? Yeah. The things that concern me about Ferrari offenses is if you get a little bit of weather, some rain, which we haven't seen so far this season, is because it's been a dry summer and now a dry fall. That can oftentimes hurt a passing team. Mm-hmm. Two, you never know. A bad night, your team gets caught in quicksand. You know, it's something that is just these things can happen on a bad night, and any given, in this case, Friday, a team can come up and bite you. But with that being said, if you look at their offense, they are just all over the place. They're running clocking every single team they're playing. Two, no one has scored against their number one defense all season. You know, that's an incredible statistic. That's an incredible statistic. You know, maybe double check me on that. I think that's right, though. If not, I mean, if not, I'm not far off, right, so to speak. So their defense looks really good. Special teams are getting good returns. They're making kicks. This team is not flawed at this point, but anything can happen.
I want to see them in a close game.
Yeah, see how they respond.
Exactly.
Be interesting to see.
They've given up one touchdown against East Chicago Central, another one against Culver, one against Griffith, and then one against Boone Grove.
Was that against their first team?
I think that was all in the second half.
Yeah, I was. If I were to guess, those would be all in the second half.
Sure. So very interesting, dynamic that they have there. They're a really good team, but it's going to be interesting, like you said, as we look forward. Another really good team that's rolling right now is Crown Point. They're all over Laporte. Not unexpected at this point. Crown Point's continuing to do what they do, Steve.
Yeah, I think there might be a petition in Crown Point to start naming the team the Crown Point J.J. Johnsons, to be completely honest. I mean, he's such a good decision maker for them, and that read option offense is not an easy offense run for a high school kid. And, I mean, second year in that offense, second year in that system, he's making it look very easy.
And think of it this way. You have to be extremely intelligent to be a read option quarterback. You have to be patient, and you have to have the line that can be disciplined enough to both, drive block or screen block, and make sure that that they're not getting downfield on a pass play or staying back on a run play. Mm-hmm. It's a very complicated offense, and they're doing a really good job with that. So we're going to go ahead and go to Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Valparaiso at Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, some really nice plays, both by the Valparaiso offense and the Maryville defense in this final drive of the first half, facing a 16-7 deficit. Valparaiso had the ball, facing a 4th and 7 from the Maryville about 32-yard line, and quarterback Justin Clark was able to complete a pass down to the inside the 5-yard line down to the Maryville 4. So Valparaiso had the ball just under a minute to go, first and goal from the 4-yard line. Valparaiso runs 3 straight plays. The Maryville defense stiffens and stops the Vikings. And with 3.9 seconds to go in the first half, Valparaiso converted a 19-yard field goal to pull the score 16-10. That's where we sit right now. Maryville on top of Valparaiso 16-10, and we just started halftime festivities at homecoming over at Demery Stadium.
16-10, so it's a one-score game. Who gets the ball after half, Dr. Reed?
Yeah, so Valparaiso will get the ball to start the second half. Maryville possessed the ball first tonight, so Valparaiso will get it here with a chance to take the lead in that opening drive of the second half. So should be a very interesting game. I mean, it's been pretty well played here so far tonight. A couple penalties, couple turnovers or missed plays, but other than that, both teams have seen moments where they've looked really good, and then also moments where maybe the other team was maybe got the best of them. But yeah, great first half so far, very competitive. and just exactly what we expect out of these two programs.
It's always a big momentum swing to go into half being the last team that scored. I think that that does bode well for Valparaiso, but we'll have to see how Maryville's defense responds in the second half.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what halftime adjustments are made outside of that. About 15 or 16-yard completion there right before half. Valparaiso really had not done much through the air. So we'll see if Valparaiso can do something offensively to maybe free up the passing game a little bit. Because Maryville's defense did stiffen quite a bit on the run offense of Valparaiso, and then vice versa. We want to see if Maryville really they took advantage of a short field and a safety through their special teams. See if they can get something going really on offense. Both teams looked great early on in the first quarter offensively, but really slowed down for about the last quarter and a half. So these halftime adjustments, I'll be really interested to see how the coaches respond to what they saw on the field here in the first half, and see what halftime adjustments they do end up making.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reed. Let's go ahead and one more time the score update at halftime.
Yeah, we have Maryville on top of Valparaiso, 16-10. Pirates over the Vikings just by 6 points here as we enter the second half.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reed. Appreciate the update. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to Chuck DeMoss. No, we're going to go ahead and move up to Al Rodriguez with an update at Hanover Central. Al, what's going on?
Oh, hey, how are you guys doing? I went upstairs to the tower where the brain trust is just to check on some stats, and Kevin filled me in on some of the interesting numbers we have here. Right now we have Hanover with a little over 300. Oh, they just scored again. Oh,
my goodness, Al, you are just good luck to be on air for Hanover Central.
Well, Hanover, actually, what I had before they just did that impressive pass was Hanover was a positive. They had 340 yards to a negative 20.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. So
and they just scored again.
So Whiting is in the negatives right now.
In the negatives right now, okay? And the score is, because I missed the touchdown, he's going for the point after, but Hazley scored earlier. He's got 2 touchdowns. And right now, we're going for the point after. Boom, it's good. Okay, 63-0. Minutes left in the second quarter.
63-0 with a minute left in the second quarter. Al, do us a favor. Go ahead, give us a call back at halftime.
Will do.
All right, thank you, Al. We appreciate the update. 63-0.5. That is an incredible score. Whiting was a program not too long ago that was battling in the sectionals around here. So this is really impressive by the Wildcats there of down there in Cedar Lake. So we'll move from that game. We'll go to Chuck DeMoss with an update of Triton at North Judson. Chuck, what's going on?
Yeah, Judson took the opening kickoff here in the second half, went 73 yards. Kept it off on a 17-yard run from quarterback Aldrich Harper. The extra point was good. The score now is North Judson 36, Triton 15. Triton does have the ball on their 25-yard line. They got a 4th and 1. It looks like North Judson just stopped Triton on the 35-yard line. Judson will take over there.
Chuck, you have a very excited fan near you.
Well, I'm in the press box, and I got the Judson coaches right in front of me, so they're screaming a little bit. They're excited.
Well, they just got a good airtime here on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore. So at this point, it appears that North Judson's just doing what they do, marching up and down the field, run heavy, and doing a really good job with it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, that first drive in the second half was just exactly what you said. And then they get on defense, and they stop Triton, and they have stopped Triton quite a bit here the last couple of times they've had the ball. So looking like Judson pushing their will on Triton right now, and Triton's having do a little backpedaling right now.
All right, Chuck, one more time. What is the score and time update?
We've got 4:04 to go in the third quarter, and North Judson's up 36-15 on Triton.
36-15 on Triton in the third. Thank you, Chuck. I appreciate it. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
All right, guys.
All righty. Thank you, Chuck. So this game, I was expecting a lot closer of a contest. So North Judson they're a little bit far from here. They don't get as much press as some of the other schools do around here because they're not as proximity-wise close, but they're an excellent program, and they're returning back to the days of old when they were a super powerhouse.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but they're in Wayne's top 10, right?
Okay. They are. Let's see where they were exactly. I think they came in at... Hold on. Let me pull up my notes here. They are currently number 6 in Wayne's top 10 with a record of 6-0.
Wow. I mean, that says a lot for a 1A team.
Sure.
In a 6A class of teams in our area to be number 6 in this poll, ahead of 2A, 3A, 4A, 5A, and 6A teams. That really says a lot about this team. We've seen the last couple seasons how dominant they've been. This year, no exception to that. And it's just impressive to see what they're doing week in, week out.
It really is. And they are really, really just marching up and down any team that gets in their way is going to, suffer the wrath, so to speak, of North Judson. They're just pounding teams into mud. So, it's definitely a really impressive performance by them so far. The game's not over, but they have a nice lead here. So we're going to move on. We got Gary Graben calling in. He's got an update from Lowell at Highland. Gary, how are you?
I'm doing fine. It's been a little crazy here. An unbelievably huge crowd at Highland here. It is homecoming. Congratulations to Sarah Swallow. She was just named the homecoming queen.
Congratulations, Sarah.
Yeah, night she'll remember. A crazy first half here. Lowell a little more dominant, but 2 missed field goals for Lowell have loomed large, and we are tied at 7 as we get ready to kick off here in the third quarter.
7-7 is a bit of a shock for me. You look at a situation where Lowell had the opportunity to score at least 3 times, only converting on 1 of them. Gary, what do you think Lowell needs to do to tighten that up?
Well, obviously here, I mean, they have a good kicker, but a little off tonight. I think they're going to look to finish these drives. They're not going to try to. They're not going to settle for a field goal with 2 missed ones already. So look for Lowell to really go, even if it's maybe a 4th down play. They may go for something here and eschew the field goal. For Highland, it's the defense now, 2 weeks in a row, that's keeping them in these games. Again, they just hang around. And again, I'm sure Coach Koulianos is very happy to be in this situation here at the half. And he knows the necktie is a little tighter on the Red Devils side here starting the second half, because Lowell, I'm sure, thought they were going to be able to come in and assert themselves here, and Highland has hung with them. And so they are, it's going to be a good old-fashioned taffy pull here the rest of the way.
A taffy pull, one of my favorite sports cliches. I love to hear it. But, Gary, anytime you let a team that, is maybe a bit of an underdog hang around too long, things can get a little bit pressurized that way. And you think Highland has what it takes to hang around and maybe steal this one in the end?
Well, I think to be honest, I think they're going to need another Lowell mistake. Okay. I think they're going to need something here, a turnover, another missed field goal, something that's going to still help them, because they are still a little outmanned here. But needless to say, they are fired up here. They were. I was standing here where the teams come out here in the northwest corner, and Highland definitely had the spring in their step. Now, Lowell is not a jump around, get excited kind of team. They are a business coal miner kind of team. But Highland definitely has a lot going here as this second half gets ready to kick off.
All right, Gary, anything else you want to add before we let you go until the third quarter?
No, I think that, again, for Highland here, not letting this game get away in the third. They need to get to the fourth quarter within striking distance, and then we might be in stage for an upset here. We'll see.
All right, Gary, looking forward to hearing more from you in the second half.
You got it, Ben.
All righty, we'll move from Gary Graben to Al Rodriguez, who's got an update for us from Hanover Central. Al, what's going on? Did they score again?
Score didn't change much from last time. The halftime score is 60, Hanover 63, Whiting 0. I did check on an update from the Big Brain Trust, letting this little brain trust know what's going on total yard-wise. So Hanover's got 375, and Whiting's still showing a minus 20. Kuntz with 3 touchdown passes, 2 running. He's thrown for 209 yards. And Howes and Hazley both have over 100 yards, 120 yards receiving.
So the score at halftime is 63-0, and Whiting is -20 total yards. Wayne Svetnoff is joining us back here again. 63-0 Hanover at half. Whiting is at -20 total yards at halftime.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it really is.
I remember when we would go to Whiting games and they would dominate and beat Hanover. And I guess, things change year to year. But to see that kind of a turnaround is surprising.
It really is. So, all right, Al, looking forward to hearing more from you. Give us a call sometime in the third quarter with an update. I think your second half should go pretty quick. So thanks. It's 63-0 at half for Hanover. All right, thanks, Al. Another high-scoring game for them. We've got Gary Schultz here with an update from Calumet at Clay. Gary, what's going on?
At the end of the third quarter, it is 54 for Calumet, 0 for Clay.
54-0. 54-0. Okay.
54-0. Andrew Markham had 5 passing touchdowns and 1 running touchdown in the first half.
Wow.
Tremendous performance by that young man.
Yes, it is.
So
there. Go ahead.
Gary, what are you seeing out there? Obviously, Calumet's putting on a show. What are they doing that's so impressive?
It's just their overall speed is just once they break the line of scrimmage, Clay cannot keep up with any of their players, really.
All right, Gary. So it seems like Calumet has got them outmatched. I think that we're looking forward just to hearing how this fleshes out in the second half. So Gary, give us a call in the third quarter.
They ran a running clock. They were doing a running clock. So it should be over very shortly.
Oh, it should be. Are you already in the fourth quarter then?
Yes, we're in the fourth quarter already.
Oh my goodness! All right, Gary, give us a call.
Gary,
here.
Just before we let you go, how many yards does Calumet have at this point? Can you speculate?
Let's see. They got about 400. I got about 430 some yards just on my stats. They're not official. That's what I got.
Thank you. Wow, 430.
All right, Gary, give us a call back when it goes final.
All right, thank you. Bye.
All right, thanks, Gary. One more call here waiting. We've got Bradley Dorsey with an updated Wheeler at Knoll. Bradley, what's going on?
Hey, guys. The score is 26-7. Wheeler is still up. So, as I said before halftime, Bishop Knoll's defensive line was playing amazing in the first half. But credits to Wheeler's coaching staff. The offensive line has really shown something different this second half. They have just been running the ball with ease. The first drive of the game, they went down on 2 running plays, got down inside Bishop Knoll's 50, and then they ran a pitch play to the running back, and they went for the 50 yards for the touchdown. Bishop Knoll got the ball back, and they fumbled. It got recovered at the 20. They were forced to punt, and now Wheeler has the ball again, and they're driving by just running the ball over and over again.
All right, Bradley. One more time, what is the score and time update?
The score is 26-7 with 7 minutes left in the third quarter.
All right, thank you, Bradley Dorsey. Looking forward to hearing more from you. All right, so another game, a little bit lopsided, but we'll go from there. But at this point, we're going to take a break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
This camp where we have kids working on a working farm all summer, one of the things that we have the kids do is raise chickens and then kill them. I'm a vegetarian.
Join us for stories of culture shock. That's next time on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
From the beginning, parents of 43 missing students in Mexico didn't trust their government's investigation.
All we could think was, this is a historic lie.
Now, proof the government faked key evidence.
Marines arrive at the dump, and this enormous planting operation goes into effect.
on the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
On the next Radio Lab.
I'm at the LA County Hospital.
A hospital visit.
Check myself in at
And a whole lot of intestinal discomfort, all potentially caused by...
There was a big party.
Yeah, about 60,000 years ago.
A prehistoric...
And there was a lot of sex.
Orgy.
Sex between Neanderthals and humans.
My goodness me.
That's on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore. Listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
All right, we are back, and I think we have a report with Chuck. How you doing out there, buddy?
Doing good. How you guys doing?
All right.
Yeah, Judson just scored again on Aldrich Harper, ran it in from, I think it was 17 yards, put them up 43 to 15. We're getting ready to start the fourth quarter here.
Wow, 43-15. What do you think at this point, Chuck, was the big turnaround?
You know, after that first drive, Judson seemed to make a couple adjustments, and they really kind of shut that Anthony Shue down. He got over 100 yards in that first quarter, and he's only got like 60 since then. So the offensive line has taken over for Judson. I think they are, having their will right now with Triton, having trouble running the ball. The quarterbacks seem to be picking up more of the runs now for Triton. He's been running more than Anthony Shue has. So things have changed on the offensive line, and Judson's winning that battle right now.
How many touchdowns does Benson have for Judson?
I believe Benson just got the one.
Oh, he has one. Allen
has one. Harper has three. Then he throws for one, too.
Okay, Harper, the quarterback, has three.
Yes, plus he's thrown one. So he's got four total.
Wow. What's his first name?
Aldrich.
Aldrich. Oh, that's right. Okay. All right. Geez, I really thought that this would be a close game.
The way it started off, I did. It really looked like it was going to be, Wayne. I mean, Triton just marched right down the field on Judson like they weren't even on the field, and then now this game has turned here since the second quarter.
Wow. And their defense, Judson's, Triton is a good program. You look at this, and people that know that area would say, wow, Triton and Judson are really well matched. Triton was 4-1, Judson is 6-0. To look at this score, you think, my God, Judson deserves to be in our top 10.
Well, for sure, yeah. Triton comes in averaging almost 40 points a game, and their only loss was to LaVille, which is a 2A powerhouse. So they have, they had a good record coming in here, but right tonight, Judson is taking it to them.
Does Judson play LaVille at the last game of the season?
I think so, Wayne, and it's at LaVille. Cheyenne Allen just scored from about 40 yards out. Looks like, 35-yard run for Cheyenne Allen.
Wow.
So looks like we're going to be going to a running clock here after this score.
So it's 49 pending the kick.
Yes, that's exactly right. Yeah, that was Cheyenne Allen. He just 35 yards. He's close to 100 tonight himself. Brock Benson has close to 100. So they've got their dynamic duo working tonight for North Judson.
Well, they got a threesome with Eldrick Harper.
Yeah, the 1-2-3 punch. Exactly right.
Wow. That is amazing. Boy, they could really do some damage going downstate, I think, this year.
Well, hit the upright, so the extra point was no good. So we're 49-15 with 10:15 to go in the fourth quarter.
All right. Thanks, Chuck. Call back when we have another score.
Okay, I'm going to try to get Coach Lambert on there tonight, guys, for you, too. So look forward to that.
Lambert, what's his first name?
Oh, hang on a second. It slipped my mind. Brett Lambert.
Brett, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
And the final from Winnemac, West Central 20, Winnemac 14.
20-14.
Yeah, that's the first time in 10 years West Central's beat Winnemac, so they get the tomahawk back.
All right. Fantastic. All right, thanks, Chuck.
All right, guys, we'll call you later.
All right. Well, Steve, that's surprising. I would not have thought 49-15 in that game.
No, not at all. I mean, like we've seen North Judson this season, a top 10 team in your poll here, Wayne. We expect them to, put on a good show every week. But like you said, playing Triton, a team that they usually play pretty competitive against, this is a little bit of a surprise, and this might tell us how good of a team North Judson actually is.
Andrew, what do you think of the Morton and Hammond Central? Steve, what's the recent score on that one?
Last update I had at the half, it was tied up at 14.
Yeah, and actually, I'm looking right now, it is still tied at 14. So, yeah, a very competitive game. The Governors, they were out to prove something because, this is the Battle of Hammonds. There's no more 4 schools there, it's 2. So this rivalry got bigger. With there only being 2 schools in the city of Highland now.
Right. Hammond.
So, Hammond. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. Right. Definitely a surprising game. But the Governors did come to play tonight, and the Wolves are, it looks like they've been struggling a little bit when they've been on fire the last couple of weeks.
Beginning of the season, when we were talking that first week or so, I know that Gary Graben was saying that Morton. With their increased numbers, they have more depth now. They, they always have a good offensive line and defensive line, but then they struggle. They really struggled out of the gate. This would be, I would think, a huge victory for them if they could beat Hammond Central at this point, Steve.
Oh, it definitely would be. I mean, like you just said, the Battle of Hammond, the first installment of it. I mean, there's so much hype surrounding this game. I was scrolling through social media earlier this morning and even late last night. There's just both the Twitter pages are both hyping up the game. People around the area are hyping up this game. This game means something for both teams, especially Morton's off to a rough start this season. Hammond Central's had a great start to the season. Okay, on paper, this looks like you said, it should be a mismatch. It should be a Wolves victory all the way. Morton's saying not so fast.
Another game that is surprising to me is the Lowell and Highland, 7-7. I mean, I understand. Highland made a nice comeback win last week against Munster. Lowell dominated last week in their play, and I really thought that Highland might be able to play well, but not stay with Lowell. Riley Bank is just too good. 7-7 at the half, Steve?
Yeah, that's shocking. Andrew and I both are, we're grads of schools that are in the crossroads, and, you and I have seen over the last couple of seasons that Lowell's always been the team.
Yeah.
One of the top teams. Highland's been one of the lower third teams. So when you see a game like this, it's like, okay, there's more pressure on Lowell than there is on Highland.
Yeah. I agree. The Crown Point Laporte, recent score from Crown Point Laporte?
38-3. So Laporte actually just got on the board in the second quarter, on a field goal by Jack Doty. Very next play.
Actually, Hammond just took the lead.
Hammond Central did?
Yes, Hammond Central did, pending the extra point.
Right.
But that Crown Point, so back to that, Laporte kicked the field goal to get on the board, make it 30-3. The ensuing kickoff, Raymond Santiago, 98-yard kickoff return. They convert the 2-point conversion and make it that 35-point game going into the half.
Wow.
And actually, as we're talking about that game, Russell just called in, so let's bring him on and add him to the conversation here.
Okay. Hi, Russ, are you there?
Yes, sir. So they're just coming out of the first half now. Score is 45-3.
45-3. Update us on the last couple touchdowns then for Crown Point.
Well, honestly, the one thing that stuck out with me was Laporte. So they ended up getting their quarterback was scrambling out of the pocket. They ended up throwing it upfield a little bit. He was able to run. They got into the red zone for a solid field goal. And then, so right after that field goal, Crown Point answered with a kick return for a touchdown.
Wow. How many touchdowns does Johnson have tonight?
I don't know if he just scored that last one or not. It was on the other end of the field, so my apologies there, gentlemen.
Okay.
But he's got He's got 2 rushing and 2 passing, I believe.
All right, so 4. Yeah, that's right on the night. 4 TDs. So at this point, Laporte made a little bit of progress, which is a good note. But right now, is there a running clock going or no?
So they just concluded the first half, but their Crown Point's definitely moved into that portion of their game.
Okay. All right, just give us a call. Give us a score and time, please.
All right, it is 45-3 Crown Point at the end of the first half.
All right, buddy. Thank you. Call back when the third quarter begins and there's a score.
Roger, Dodger.
Thank you.
All right, so a couple of lopsided games. We've got one that is not lopsided here. We got an update from Gary Graben. Gary, what's going on out there?
Well, just as for our viewers, our listeners who just joined us, for this game, Highland Lowell surprisingly was 7-7 at the half. Highland had the ball to start the second half. They drove inside the 40, elected on a 4th and 6 to punt. Lowell was not able to do anything. They punted back, and the ball was muffed and seemingly recovered by Lowell. But without a flag on the field, there was a conference, and then they replayed the down. And wouldn't you know, on this down, the punt was blocked by Highland. Leo Lubiano with the block, and I believe he also recovered the ball in the end zone. It is 14-7 Highland over Lowell with 6 minutes and 33 seconds to go here in the third quarter.
Gary, how is this happening to Lowell? I mean, in the sense that, is Highland just stopping the running game?
They are, and I would say if you took the uniforms off, it'd be a little chilly. But if they had identical uniforms, when you watched Highland on this first drive in the second half, I mean, there were holes. They were pushing through the line. So at this point in time, Highland is really confident here with their line play, remarkably so far. Now, on this drive after the score here, they pooch kicked, and the ball was already across the 50, facing a 2nd and 3. But right now, as we talked about, Highland is in that position where they can believe that this is possible tonight. You know, they pulled the huge upset last week over their rival in the old bridge game, even though they don't paint the bridge anymore. And now with Lowell, a team that they really have struggled with in recent memory, they are hanging in here as we are under 6 minutes to go in the third quarter.
So, Gary, I had a quick question for you. How does a play get replayed like that? Obviously, that is going to be a turning point in this game and something that someone's going to be concerned with here going forward.
I would agree. I'm actually on the Lowell side, so needless to say, they were unhappy on this side with the non-call. Coach Kilmer was yelling, what are we even discussing here? It's a muff. We recovered it. Let's go. But for whatever reason, the play was redone, and that really flipped the game here, turning into a block punt the other way and a touchdown. So, again, sometimes we get these mysteries in officiating that aren't always explained. So this is one of them.
Very strange series of events there, Gary. One more time.
Now, if you'd like me to go down to the field and talk to one of the officials?
Yeah, that'd be good, Gary. Would you go there?
Yeah.
Just stop the game and walk out there.
I know Wayne. I'll tell him I know Wayne's bet now. That opens doors. I get the best table in restaurants every time I say it.
Give him a piece of our mind there, Gary. So.
All right, Gary. Ben, you're a little new to this, but over the years, the guys in the studio love to talk fish.
Yeah, fair enough.
They like to talk about the weather when it's cold. They like to talk about officials when they're not here. So,
the
you
14
can
overtimes. Yeah, the 14 overtimes that you have to spend out there.
All right, Gary, one more time. What's the score?
14-7 Highland over Lowell. 4 minutes to play here in the third quarter. And actually, as we have talked about, the Highland defense now has come up stout. It's going to be a fourth down here for Lowell. 4th and 10. They're going to have to punt here, although this is that dangerous territory. If you don't have anybody on the line, we might want to hang for this.
We do actually have someone on the line. It's Gary Schultz. So can we come back to you, Gary? Can you stay holding?
I can stay holding. Actually, by the way, shout out to Gary Schultz for covering a game. I mean, again, where else were you going to find Calumet at South Bend Clay covered. Without Gary Schultz, it wouldn't happen.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So real quick, we're going to go from one Gary to the other Gary. Gary Schultz with an update at Calumet at South Bend Clay. Gary, what's going on?
Final score, Calumet 60, Clay 0.
60-0. So what was the key here for Calumet?
Calumet, I just think, had overall way too much team speed for Clay. They just were beating them around the end. The receivers were getting wide open. It was just a total dominating performance.
Gary, did Markham play in the second half, and did he get another touchdown?
No, he did not play in the second half. Matter of fact, he come out of the locker room at halftime, walked over by the stands as his dad handed him a hot chocolate, and he stood there drinking that.
Oh, wow. So he had 6 touchdowns tonight in the first half. Unbelievable.
Yes.
6 touchdowns in the first half, and the score of 60-0. That's a high percentage of the scoring ratio.
Yeah, right there.
So, all right, I appreciate it, Gary. One more time, 60-0. Anything else you want to add before we let you go?
No, that's all. 60-0 final score.
Gary, thank you very much for going out for the game tonight. We really appreciate it.
Greatly appreciate it. All right, thanks, Gary.
Bye.
All right, we'll go back to Gary Graben with an update from Highland. Gary, what's going on?
Lowe did pump the ball, and it was inside the 10, but Highland, led by running back Jason Lawrence, who just moves the pile, is already out past the 40-yard line here as they continue to grind it out. These big dog pile tackles, it usually seems like Highland's getting some extra yards. And again, just on this play we're just talking about, hit in the backfield, gains 2 yards. So this Highland offensive line is really working hard, and these running backs are really putting, if I can use the cliche, their nose to the grindstone here. It's really tough running for Highland, and they are so far up to the challenge.
You know, Highland has been able to move the ball throughout the season a little bit, but their nemesis has been the turnover. It seems like tonight that's not happening.
Yeah, so far it's been a clean game. Again, we know that with Highland, it is the ball control, as you indicated in the pregame on the field section. It's the ball control. It's doing things at your own pace. This is a nice pitch run to the right that gains about 8 or 9 yards for Highland. Leo Lubiano, who blocked the punt, is actually made the run. There's a flag down on this play, however. But again, Highland was able to do a lot of different things here at their own pace, which is usually the low way of playing. So they're taking a little bit out of Low's playbook, and they are handing Low everything they can handle.
All right, Gary, one more time. What is the score and time update?
14-7 Highland over Low, 1:57 to go in the third quarter. And just as something to think about, there is a player on the Highland roster named Jaden Aradado.
Oh, cool.
Oh, excellent. So I don't know if that's of any relation.
I think it's I could be one of Joe's cousins.
Oh, okay.
I'm not at liberty to say any more than that.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Gary. Appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
You got it.
All right, thank you much. All right, we're going to go and move on to Bradley Dorsey with an update from Bishop Knoll. So, Bradley, what's going on?
Hey, guys. It's the end of the third quarter. The score is 40-7. Wheeler has scored 3 straight rushing touchdowns. Their run game is just dominating Bishop Knoll's defensive line right now. They're running out the clock in the third quarter. So we'll have to go into the fourth.
Bradley, what has Wheeler been doing just to kind of dominate this game?
Running the ball and draining the clock. When they need to, they pass the ball. So earlier in the game, when I told you about the 50-yard pitch play, later that next drive, they faked the same pitch play and threw it deep for 30 yards. And they've just been completely offensively has just been destroying Bishop Knoll.
All right, fair enough. A little bit of a lopsided game there. Thanks, Bradley. One more time, the score and time update.
40-7 with 3 minutes left in the third quarter.
All right.
3 seconds.
All right, thank you much, Bradley. Looking forward to hearing more from you. All right, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Filmmaker Abigail Disney has covered efforts to bring peace to conflicts around the world, but for her latest film, she turns the lens on the family business, the Disney Company, where she says life for too many employees is anything but enchanted.
When you think about American business and the role it plays in American culture, it is the only place to start if you want to make life better for Americans.
That's on the next All Things Considered from NPR News. Tune in at 4 p.m. for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
This is Chris from Springfield, Illinois. I listen to Bullseye because regardless of who's on, I know it'll be smart, sincere, and funny.
I'm Jesse Thorne. This week, Billy Eichner, host of Billy on the Street and creator and star of the new romantic comedy Bros, plus Michael R. Jackson, creator of the Tony Award-winning musical A Strange Loop. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in Saturday night at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Ian continues on its path. We have the latest on the storm and recovery, also Russia's annexation in 2 Ukrainian villages, and some comfort amid all the gloom.
Don't turn that like a wet mop because it still stays on you. You really have to break the yolk.
Jacques Pepin cooks.
See, I have nice yolk here.
Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News. Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Ever been in a spot? An impossible fix with impossible people, probably all of them related to you? And nobody asked for your opinion. But today, they're going to find out anyway. Snap probably presents Back Talk. Snap Judgment. Do not miss it.
Saturday at 11 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This camp where we have kids working on a working farm all summer, one of the things that we have the kids do is raise chickens and then kill them. I'm a vegetarian.
Join us for stories of culture shock. That's next time on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
And now, your Game Night Scoreboard update.
Hi, Lakeshore Game Night. Steve Schmidt here with some scoreboard updates around the region. Let's see what's going on. Starting off in the Duneland, Chesterton, and Lake Central. Third quarter, Chesterton's up in this one 14-7. This one's been back and forth, and Chesterton just took the lead on a 35-yard touchdown pass from Boswell to Troy. Crown Point at Laporte at the half. Crown Point's up in this one 45-3. J.J. Johnson, huge night, 4 touchdowns for the Bulldogs. Michigan City at Portage in the third quarter. Michigan City's up 28-0. Jaleel Watkins with a touchdown for the Wolves. Michael Woodward with a touchdown, and Tyler Bush with a pair of touchdowns, 1 through the air and 1 on the ground. Valpo at Maryville, halftime. Maryville's up in this one 16-10. This has been a back and forth game. Also, just being an interesting one to keep track of in the second half. Morton at Hammond for the Battle of Hammond. First installation of that one at the end of 3. Hammond Central's up 21-14. Calumet at South Bend Clay. This one's gone final. Warriors improved to 7-0 on the season. First time in school history by a final score of 60-0. Griffith at Boone Grove at the end of 3. Boone Grove's up in this one 12-7. South Central at River Forest. Third quarter. River Forest has a 50-0 lead over the Satellites. Wheeler at Bishop Knoll at the end of 3. Wheeler's up in this one 40-7. Whiting at Hanover Central. Halftime score update is 63-0 in favor of the Wildcats. Huge night for Matt Kuntz as he has 5 touchdowns for the Wildcats. Moving on here to Northwest Crossroads play is Andrean and Munster. It's Andrean 37, Munster 0 at the half. Hobart at KV in the third quarter. Hobart has a 31-2 lead over the Cougars. Lowell at Highland. This one has been an interesting one to keep track of. Highland has a 14-7 lead. This one's going to be worth keeping our eyes on the rest of the night. Penn Central at Rensselaer at the half. Rensselaer's up in this one 42-6. Diego Hernandez Reyes with 5 touchdowns for the Bombers in the first half. Pioneer at Knox. The final score update here as Knox gets the victory over the Panthers 53-18. Triton at North Judson. Last update from Chuck was in the fourth quarter, and the Blue Jays are up 49-15. And another final, West Central at Winnemac. West Central gets the victory 20-14. For Lakeshore Game Night, I'm Steve Schmidt.
All right. Thank you, Steve. We appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and give a special thank you out here for the Great Greek Mediterranean Grill for taking care of the crew for game night. The Great Greek offers a variety of Greek food favorites. Great Greek is made from scratch kitchen, complete with menu offerings, fresh, healthy, and of the highest quality ingredients. With dine-in and take-out option, the Great Greek Grill also offers catering. Did we mention you can also order online? The Great Greek Mediterranean Grill is not your average gyro show, so stop in and get the full experience for yourself. This is at 109th in between Broadway and I-65. The Great Greek Mediterranean Grill. It's always delicious Greek food, some of my favorite. They were fantastic today, and thank you so much for everything you do for us there.
Yeah, that was really excellent food. I'll tell you, and I do. I also love the gyros.
Oh, I love them. Love them.
We want to also thank NIPSCO for all they do for us, being there throughout the years, whether it be the 14 years for Game Night Radio, whether it be Scoreboard. They step up all the time to help us keep this radio show and our TV show on the air. So we want to thank NIPSCO for all you do, and we really appreciate your support.
And keeping the lights on for us, literally and figuratively here. So thank you so much for that as well, NIPSCO. This has been a really exciting night of action, and we couldn't do it without the people who help us and help us get moving and support us in our endeavors here. So, Coach, we've had a couple of unique games here. Some lopsided scores, some that we weren't too surprised about, but some that have been pretty close as well.
Yeah, you look at the scoring throughout here. Probably my game of the night surprise right now is Lowell and Highland.
Sure.
I'm not. Let me say this: I don't think that it was a huge shock, but I really like the fact that Highland at home has played very well. They played very well last week. Right. They came from behind and beat us arch rival Munster. Now they are up 7 against Lowell. And from what Gary Graben is saying, who is at that game, Highland is holding their own, moving the ball on a Lowell defense that is traditionally very stringent.
Right, very stout defense down there in Lowell. Sometimes when it comes to a football team, it just takes 1 week for things to just click. And then you got that momentum behind you, and you're starting to have fun playing. The timing is right. Everything just seems to be falling in place. That's what it seems like is happening with Highland right now. And Highland, I don't know if anyone has ever been on their field. Their home stadium is gorgeous. They have a very a newer age stadium. The fans are pretty excited there, and it's definitely an exciting time right now out there in Highland.
Yeah, my daughter graduated from Highland High School, and so I have had the opportunity to be on that field, filming and watching football, and it is a beautiful thing. And when you get the fans behind you, it can be very, very dominating. So hopefully, right now, this is going to be a game that goes down to the wire. I know Lowell needs this game. They played very well last week. You don't want that up and down, because that doesn't bode well for sectionals. You want consistency now.
Absolutely.
So I know Coach Kilmer really is worried.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And you never know what's going to happen. There's still some time to be played here. Speaking of a team that is pretty consistent, we've got Al Rodriguez with an update of Whiting versus Hanover. Al, what's going on?
Hey, how are you guys doing? Oh, it's kind of nippy out here. It's damp. But, okay, they're still playing football. But Hanover had a pass interference call that gave Whiting the first down. They did march the drive downfield. Toth ran it in for 4 yards. Point after was good. So the score is right now Hanover 63, Whiting 7. We just started the fourth quarter with a running clock.
So, Al, that was, I presume, not against the first string defense for Hanover.
Correct. Hanover's starting D is still scoreless, still has not been scored upon.
All right, so Al, It's not snowing. It's not raining. How can you tell me it's cold out there?
It's about 49 degrees out here. And it's damp, and it's cold, and it's 63 to 7.
Thank you.
Well, fair enough. I appreciate the updates. You know, Coach, Hanover continuing to dominate on this cold, somehow damp night here in Northwest Indiana, even though it's not particularly cold nor damp. But I don't think it really matters right now. Hanover continues to roll. That's right.
Hanover is just rolling like crazy. 5 TDs for Matt Kuntz again. Last week he had 5 TDs. What's this kid doing?
I don't know.
It is amazing.
He's eating his Wheaties, saying his prayers, taking his vitamins. He's doing everything that he needs to do, and got to give the kid credit. And what was it? Gannon House breaks the interception record for the school. And now it's a relatively short history, but still, I mean, he's in the history books, and judging by how many he actually does get, I mean, it's going to be tough to beat that record.
Gannon House has 2 interceptions tonight. He has 2 TD catches tonight. He is just all over the field.
Speaking of all over the field, we've got our correspondent who is normally all over the field. It's Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Valpo versus Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
After a couple really nice defensive stands, forcing some 3-and-outs, the Maryville defense came up very, very big and allowed their offense to take over on their own 39-yard line. The very next play went for a 61-yard touchdown pass to Brandon to Marshall from Thomas, and it was just a quick slant that Marshall was able to get some freedom away from the defensive back. The extra point was good. That put Maryville ahead 23-10, and we're getting ready for the ensuing kickoff. There's 8:01 to go here in the third quarter. Maryville on top of Valparaiso, 23-10.
Reed, has Valparaiso tried to open up the game a little bit passing-wise?
No, not really. There was one pass attempt so far in their first 2 possessions, but that Maryville defense has done a very good job of stopping the run, forcing some longer plays, some 3rd and longs. There was one pass attempt that fell incomplete, a near interception by the Pirate defense, and then on the other third and I think it was like 3rd and 6. Valparaiso elected to try to run the ball for the first down and was unable to get it. So only one pass attempt here. Valparaiso's only run 6 offensive plays in their 2 possessions so far. They're getting ready to start their 3rd possession of the second half. They're going to take over at their own 30-yard line. But Maryville's on top, 23-10, 8:01 to go here in the third quarter.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reed. You got a tight one there. Let us know when the next action happens.
Sounds good, guys.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reed. So, Coach, we're in a situation now where Valpo's all of a sudden down 2 scores going into the fourth quarter. Kind of do or die now right now for Valpo.
I'm really wondering, we talked about Valpo having 2 quarterbacks.
Right.
Justin Clark is the, running quarterback. Wilson is I'm not who's the other quarterback. Okay, so, but I would think at this point, you're going to have to start throwing the football a little bit.
Right.
Now, I'm sure Clark can throw it some.
Sure.
But I don't think that the running team is going to get it done. There has to be another way to get scoring, and it has to be maybe throwing the ball a bit
You're going to have to. You're going to have to at this point. The clock is not your ally right now. And for us, we're reaching 9 o'clock, so the clock is not our ally either. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
In Mexico, new proof of a government cover-up in the disappearance of 43 students.
Marines arrive at the dump, and this enormous planting operation goes into effect.
On the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
On the next Radio Lab, a hospital visit. And a whole lot of intestinal discomfort. That's on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
Filmmaker Abigail Disney has covered efforts to bring peace to conflicts around the world, but for her latest film, she turns the lens on the family business, the Disney company, where she says life for too many employees is anything but enchanted.
When you think about American business and the role it plays in American culture, it is the only place to start if you want to make life better for Americans.
That's on the next All Things Considered from NPR News. Tune in at 4 p.m. for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM. Listener-supported public radio in Northwest Indiana. WLPR FM Lowell.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore. Listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
All right, Ben Kolzinski back with Wayne Svetnoff. We're going to go real quick to Gary Graben with Lowell versus Highland. An update. Gary, what's going on?
I'm going to make it quick. Highland was driving again, but an interception by Noah Smith for the Red Devils stopped that drive, and then a long, methodical drive with a lot of Riley Bank and a lot of Owen Thiel ended with an Owen Thiel 1-yard touchdown run. We are tied at 14 with 7:40 to go here in the ball game. I'll get back to you guys after you talk to the great North Judson coach.
All right. Thank you, Gary. We appreciate the update. All right, Coach. So that's a pretty exciting one right there. This one's going to go down to the wire.
Yeah, big interception by Noah Smith here. I'm really surprised that Highland did not stay with their running game at this point. But, they were trying to maybe change it up a little bit, give Lowell a different look, and it just didn't work out.
When you're trying to protect the lead and milk the clock, you got to run the ball. So pretty interesting to see how this is going to turn out. Like I've always been saying, I've been harping on this at least all day, if not all year. You play to your own strengths. You don't play. You don't want to get cute. You've got a lead against a team that is probably favored against you. Go ahead, do what you need to do, and just kind of hammer that ball out.
Well, there is definitely Lowell was favored in this game, and the old adage, you don't want to have the team hang around towards the end. Well, in this case, it was Highland, out with a lead, and Lowell was kind of frustrated, and then the big interception kind of turned. Now, it's still 14-14.
Sure, this game's not over.
No way is it over.
So we're looking to have a coach on here pretty soon, hoping to get that call in. Right now, North Judson ended up winning handily down there. North Judson continues to impress.
Yes, definitely. 49-15. It was a close game in the first quarter, and then all of a sudden Judson made some adjustments.
All right. Speak of Chuck DeMoss with an update of Coach. Chuck, what's going on out there?
Oh, this is Coach Lambert.
Oh, there he is.
All right.
Congratulations, Coach. We were thinking Chuck might hand the phone off to you. So congratulations, Coach Lambert, on an excellent victory down there tonight.
Hey, thank you. That was awesome. Triton's not a bad team, but our kids just came to play. It was pretty cool to see.
Coach, Triton is not a bad team. They were 4-1 on the season, and coming into your undefeated team, I was really impressed, Coach, with the fact that Triton scored first, I believe, or in the game, and then all of a sudden you guys made some defensive adjustments, and everything sort of turned around at that point.
Well, not only they scored on their first drive and a long run, and then they actually stuffed us on a fourth down, and they got the ball back. But yeah, from that point on, let me think for a second. We didn't punt all night, if my memory is correct. There was no punting. After we got stuffed, it was like, okay, boys, it's time to get to work. We saw some things that we could do against them, and we got it done. I mean, we got a good team. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Like I said, they do too, and I know we're going to see them again. They're a sectional opponent, so even though we had a big win, I know they're going to make some adjustments. But right now, we're going to celebrate a little bit.
Well, You do have a good team. You're in our top 10 poll. I think you're number 6 this week. And what I'm impressed with, Coach, is that we've talked about Brock Benson. We've talked about Cheyenne Allen, 2 outstanding players for you. But, boy, this Aldrich Harper, I believe he had 5 touchdowns tonight.
Did he really? No more than I do. That's awesome.
That is awesome.
Obviously, I didn't know it was even 5. I haven't even looked at any stats. I obviously know what's going on during the game. I didn't know he had that many. But no, Aldrich's awesome. We run, we run triple option and some of that, but we do a lot of different things as well. And he does a fantastic job with it. And yeah, a lot of those touchdowns he did have tonight were off of our triple. He's a senior. He's a second year starting. He's a great kid. I tell people that he kind of reminds me a little bit of Jim McMahon of the old Chicago Bears because he's got a little bit of a swagger to him. He's not cocky, but he's got a swagger to him, and it's really contagious with the rest of the team. But no, Cheyenne's awesome. Everybody knows that. Brock's been getting done, but yeah, Aldrich's part of that 3-headed monster, and we got some other guys too. Some other guys made some big plays tonight, like Gabe Ellis on the backfield. So yeah, we got some guys.
And does Harper or Benson play defense? I know Cheyenne Allen plays defense.
Well, what's kind of unique about us as a 1A football team, right now we only have one guy who's truly playing 2 ways. That's getting every snap because Cheyenne's he's pretty much playing just offense and special teams. He can play defense, but right now we don't need him there. Brock's just playing on offense. So Aldrich's just playing offense. So one thing for a 1A team, we are really pretty much platooning, which is a pretty awesome thing.
Has Allen gotten any looks from colleges?
He has from no big schools are after him for whatever reason, but there's definitely some small and mid-level schools and. I haven't even talked to him since the beginning of the season because we talked all off-season about it, but we haven't talked much, so I need to sit down and, get another discussion going there. But, yeah, he's definitely a college-caliber guy, and we got some other guys that are too. We got some guys who love football. They love to hit. They just love Friday nights, and they're a lot of fun to coach.
One last question here. We always talk about offense. We talk about the runners or the passers, but you've got to be very proud of your offensive line who is consistently opening up holes for those people.
Oh, yeah. We got a great offensive line. We got 3 seniors on it. Canyon Minix, Jacob Gepka, they're doing a fantastic job for us. Cole Kozikar's our center. He's only a sophomore. I'm telling you, that kid's a man. David Brown, Hunter Redland. We got some guys up front that are getting it done. Even our receivers, Josiah McDaniel and McGowan, they make some great blocks for us from the receiver position. It's truly a team effort. These guys are, they're not selfish. They're all trying to help each other out. They know if they block for each other, then they'll get their chance to run the ball. So it's an awesome thing. But next week we got LaVille. I'm pretty sure. I don't know for sure. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but LaVille won tonight, so we're both going to be 7-0. They're a great 2A team. I coached with Coach Hostrauser in the North All-Star game this summer. Got to know him really well, so we're actually pretty close. This week we probably won't be too close, but we'll be friends again after this Friday. But no, it's going to be a fun game. It's going to be a war.
All right, Coach Brett Lambert here. Congratulations on a good victory. Anything else you want to add before we let you go?
Oh, I appreciate you guys, just knowing what's going on in North Judson. We got some kids who are just trying to make the community proud, and again, I appreciate your guys' support.
And you're doing that, Coach. You're making the North Judson San Pierre community very proud, and continue the good work, and best luck to you as you go along the way.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, congratulations, Coach. That was Coach North Judson Coach Brett Lambert with a very impressive win over Triton. Triton was a 5-1 team, now 5-2. Very talented team, and North Judson made it look easy.
Yeah, they really did, and I was surprised. Not that I picked them to win, but I didn't pick them to win by that score.
No,
and that just showed their dominance.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talent there, as Coach said, and they play together as a unit, and that's what you really want. Another talented member of our team is Gary Graben, who's got an update from Lowell at Highland. Gary, what's going on?
It is so hard to pull upsets. Highland had the ball, tie score in their own territory. They weren't able to do anything. They faced a 4th and 5, and I have to be honest, knowing Lowell and Riley Bank, I thought maybe they should go for it. They punted. Lowell took over just on their side of the 50-yard line, and Riley Bank stepped in the phone booth, came out with his S on his chest, and proceeded to go down the field. Owen Thiel helped on a few runs, but Riley Bank, on a scintillating 21-yard run, has put Lowell ahead 21-14 with 2:26 to go.
So 2:26 to go. Highlands got the ball back. Has the kickoff happened yet?
It has not. It has not.
Okay. So, Gary, we've got a call behind you. We're going to let you go. We'd like for you to call back frequently if anything happens, and keep us up to speed on what's going on this final drive.
If you want to, just kick me on hold.
Yep.
And take what you need to take. There.
We'll go ahead and do that. We'll put you on hold. Okay, we're going to move from Gary Graben to Bradley Dorsey with an update at Wheeler versus Bishop Knoll. Bradley, what's going on?
Hey guys, the game is over. The final score is 46-7. Wheeler scored yet another rushing touchdown, and Bishop Knoll's defensive line could not hold up.
All right, Bradley. So you just figure that is kind of a mismatch here on this game?
Yeah. Well, the first half, the Bishop Knoll defensive line was beaten. Like I said, Luke Butzka had 2 sacks in the first half, and they were honestly playing very well. And they managed to keep the game close. But after the second half, I guess the defensive line was tired, and Wheeler's offense took advantage and ran the ball and just managed to run up the score.
All right, fair enough. One more time, Bradley, what was the final for that game?
The final score was 46-7.
46-7, Wheeler over Bishop Knoll. Bradley, thank you for all your updates today. Great job tonight.
Thank you.
All right. Maybe we'll chat with you next week. We'll see what's going on. Looking forward to talking to you at least before the end of the year. So thanks, Bradley.
Yes, sir.
All righty. So we'll go ahead and we will go back to Gary Graben here. Gary, how's it going?
Kickoff into the end zone. Highland starts on their 20. First play, an incomplete pass. So it's 2nd and 10. Highland. Again, the clock is at 2:16. This was a play out to the left. Didn't gain much. It's going to be a 3rd down facing Highland here. Again, the clock is stopped at 2:16. Again, the score is Lowell 21, Highland 14. Lowell was down 14-7. They scored 2 straight to take the lead here late. It's a 3rd and 3 from their own 27 for Highland. Obviously, this is 4-down territory, so whatever it takes to get the first down here, 1 play or 2. They roll to the right here. The Lowell defense looks like they are there, though. I'm down the field at the other end zone. I can't see if they made the yard to gain or not. Let's see here as they spot the ball. I'm still waiting for the official steps.
The side judge not doing you any favors right now.
Well, and I'm on the same side, and I'm 80 yards down the field, so I'm not doing myself any favors here either.
Sure.
It's going to be a 4th down.
If approximately how long, how far you got, Gary?
It's a 4th and 6, and it is defended by Lowell, and it is a 3 and out. We have 4 and out for Highland, and Lowell will take over with a minute 34 to go, and it looks like the RDP here has dodged a major bullet.
All right, Gary, we got a call behind you. Go ahead and give us a call when this thing goes final or if something changes.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get Coach Kilmer here and maybe Riley on for you guys here.
That'd be great if you could. Appreciate that, Gary. All right, we'll go from Gary Graben to Chuck DeMoss with a breakdown of Triton versus North Judson. Chuck, what's going on out there?
Hey, guys. Yeah, that final score was, I don't know if you heard or not, but 62-22 was the final score on that one.
62-22?
Benson, 62-22. Brock Benson carried the ball 23 times for 202 yards. He had 2 scores. Cheyenne Allen carried it 10 times for 90 yards. He had 2 scores. Aldrich Harper carried it 4 times for 46 yards. He had 3 rushing touchdowns plus 2 passing touchdowns through the air. And that first score, when I didn't get it, that first pass was to Cave Ellis. I did not mention that earlier in the game, but he was the one who caught that first touchdown pass.
So, Chuck, what was the key here for Judson?
Oh, my gosh. The three-headed monster, like the coach said. You heard him talk.
Right.
And look, they're good. They really are. They're a good team for a 1A school, and, they don't play both ways. Like he said, Cheyenne Allen does play on special teams. If they need him, he will play defense. But this team is solid all the way around.
Wow, that's really fantastic. And we really appreciate, Chuck, not only you going to the games and stuff, but getting Coach on the air. That was really good for us.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. That was excellent.
He enjoyed that. He said that was a fun time, so he really did enjoy doing that. So it was good for the whole community. For Judson, they're going to play on, they got LaVille next week, which is not going to be no easy test for them.
No, that's a big one.
Well,
that's a big one.
So
where will that game be, Chuck?
At LaVille.
It's at LaVille. Yeah.
All right, Chuck, one more time. What was the final score?
Final score here was North Judson 62, Triton 22.
All right, thank you. 62-22. Thank you, Chuck. Appreciate it. Looking forward to talking to you next week.
All right, guys. Thanks again.
All righty, thank you much. We're going to go from Chuck to Moss. We're going to move on to Russell Broadacre with an update from Crown Point versus Laporte. Russell, what's going on?
Howdy there, guys. So third quarter just wrapped up. Crown Point held the ball pretty much the entire third quarter, definitely running down the clock. They finished out their drive with a touchdown pass from their second quarterback, Logan Hatt, to sophomore Logan Rodriguez on a passing touchdown. Right now, Laporte's got the ball around the 50 leading into the fourth quarter.
What was the score, Russell?
51-3 Crown Point.
51-3 on Crown Point. So, yeah, Laporte got on the board here, but it seems like Crown Point just kind of milking this game away, huh?
Yeah, they're definitely playing just the run game. They'll get a first down, kind of milk it out a little bit. Definitely just controlling of the clock. They do have their second team in, and they're playing pretty fast as well. So it'll be an interesting game for Laporte tomorrow for sure.
Is it running clock?
Yeah.
Okay.
Laporte right now holds the ball. They're trying to pass it downfield a little bit. It is 2nd and 15.
All right, Russell, appreciate it. Give us a call if the action continues there.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you much, Russell. Appreciate it. All right, Coach, we've had a couple of surprising games, some surprising totals, and we're going to take a quick break here and see how some of these games are going final here in the next couple minutes.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
This is Chris from Springfield, Illinois. I listen to Bullseye because regardless of who's on, I know it'll be smart, sincere, and funny.
I'm Jesse Thorne. This week, Billy Eichner, host of Billy on the Street and creator and star of the new romantic comedy Bros, plus Michael R. Jackson, creator of the Tony Award-winning musical A Strange Loop. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in Saturday night at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Ian continues on its path. We have the latest on the storm and recovery, also Russia's annexation in 2 Ukrainian villages, and some comfort amid all the gloom.
Don't turn that like a wet mop because it still stays on you. You really have to break the yolk.
Jacques Pepin cooks.
Yeah, a nice yolk here.
Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News. Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
For decades, HBO has meant TV that pushes the envelope.
They were the original Netflix. They were a disruptor in this space, willing to sort of come in at a time when prestige and television were not synonymous.
But now that HBO's parent company has merged with Discovery, that might be changing. How HBO transformed television and what the future of prestige TV might look like. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Sunday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
Ben Kolzinski here with Coach Wayne Svenoff, and we had a pretty exciting one here with Lowell at Highland. This game kind of went down to the wire.
Yeah, it did, and kind of a surprise, since Lowell played so well last week, coming in here now. Highland's a good team, and they've been close in many games, but you really didn't think that Highland would be up at the half or tied at the half with Lowell. So, this is a good win for the Red Devils.
Yeah, we've got this game did just go final. We've got 21-14. Lowell does hang on to win. But this was a game where Highland had the ball with just a few minutes to go. And, in fact, they were marching down with 2 minutes to go, but got stopped on a fourth down play. Huge rebound by that Lowell defense.
What was really huge about it is the fact that Noah Smith picked off a pass. Right. That was the game. That was the thing that turned this game around, I think. When the defense can do that, I know that, we talked about maybe Highland should have run the ball a little bit more, but, Lowell was stacking it. They were really in the second half trying to take that run game away. So Highland, tried a short pass, and Noah Smith was there and just really turned it around.
You got to keep doing what you do best. And the Highland was moving the ball on the ground. This time it didn't quite work out for him to put the ball in the air, but sometimes that happens. We're looking to hopefully get Coach Kilmer from Lowell on here, maybe potentially Riley Bank as well. So hang tight for there. We'll see how that works. Sometimes after the games, things get a little hectic with the coaches talking with the players and different media involved.
That's right.
So we're gonna try to grab that, and hopefully Gary Graben can get there. But Coach, we've had a really exciting series of games tonight. Some lopsided. What stands out to you tonight?
Well, I'll tell you what, Morton's play against Hammond Central.
Right.
Right now I think it's Hammond Central 21-14 over Morton.
Right.
But Morton had the lead.
They did.
People look at their record and look at, their score last week against Cathedral and say, oh, God, we're going to, kill the Morton Governors. That doesn't happen. No. And it's, again, you're talking about 16, 17-year-old kids. And if Hammond Central was looking past Morton.
It could be.
They may have had a wake-up call.
Actually, the game just went final. Hammond woke up in the second half and scored 49 points. And final score 49-20.
49-20.
All right, so we've got Gary Graben. He's got Coach Keith Kilmer from Lowell. Gary, how's it going out there?
Hi, it's Coach Kilmer. I'm ready to go.
There we go. Twice in a row I've done that. So, Coach Kilmer, congratulations on a good game. We were thinking Gary was going to hand the phone off to you. Congratulations on a good victory for you. A little bit tighter than expected, but it's still a good victory for the Lowell Red Devils.
Hey, hats off to Pete and his staff for having his boys ready to go. They've come a long way from the beginning of the year, and, they played a great game. But I'm pretty proud of our kids. We handled adversity. We played with composure, and we found a way to pull it out in the end.
Coach, that's the key. You were in you were on the road. Okay, always tough place to play at Highland. Your kids were down a little bit in the first half, and Noah Smith, what I thought, turned the game around with that interception.
Yeah, we needed a stop. We give up the pump block for a touchdown. We're down 7, and we got to turn the ball over and they're rolling down, and, kids got to step up and make plays, and that was huge. And then, credit to our offense to come out and go 98 yards down the field.
Right, Coach. And, obviously, towards the end of the game, you took advantage of some situations. But earlier in the game, you missed a couple field goals, so you had a couple of drives that resulted in no points. How does your team respond when you have that adversity early in the game?
That's to get 15 to 18-year-old kids to understand that you got to play the next play is part of the battle of being a head coach. And they got it. We didn't panic. There wasn't any yelling going on at halftime. It was, we proved that we could move the ball. Now we just got to finish. And our kids knew that if we could get some stops, we could put the ball in the end zone. And then we just needed to step up defensively.
Coach, I believe in the idea of if you've got a great quarterback, you can have success. Riley Bank is in that category. He can run the ball, he can throw the ball, and he's a large young man who is tough to tackle. You've got to be very proud of his leadership.
The kid's just special. You're talking last week to Coach Stewart at KV. Their game plan, that there's no reason the kid should have any yards, but he just has the heart of a lion, and like you said, he's hard to go down, and he finishes with positive yards every time, and that becomes demoralizing to a defense, and that's pretty much what he hangs his hat on.
Coach, I think of Riley Bank as a football's man, like a football man's man. He just does everything right on the football field. He runs hard every play. He throws the ball when necessary. He gets hit every play, and he absorbs that hit, and he falls forward. He is a quintessential Northwest Indiana football player, and he's been a big part of your team. Obviously, he's been playing quarterback, but there's also been some running backs that have stepped up in your program. Can you speak to some of their success?
Yeah, I mean, we need to have a two-headed monster to be successful, and usually it's the quarterback who's number two, and we're handing the ball off to the tailback 38 times. But this year we've kind of flipped that script. But you got to have guys that hit the hole, and that's what Owen does. He can feel. He's not flashy. He's a kid that he knows his role. He knows it's to gain positive yardage, and it's to force them to honor him, which opens things up for 19. And last week we put a freshman in there to do the same thing, and that's what you get. You got to get kids to buy in. You got to get kids to buy into their role and do it to the best of ability, and that's what we got going on.
What Lowell is known for, and it's what the coaches over there really emphasize, and that is that offensive line and defensive line. They are always tough to play against, and any success that a bank or a halfback you have has to go down to the quality of the offensive line.
Yeah, I mean that's tonight's game was a battle of two offensive lines trying to find themselves, and tonight, we were able to do that in the third and fourth quarter and take control of the line of scrimmage, and that's what we preach. The team that wins the line of scrimmage is usually going to win a high school football game, and our kids, they take pride in that. They know they're not going to get their names in the paper very often, but they're lunch pail guys, and they're coached well by Coach Bilka, and they're just a Red Devil football players. They just like to get after.
All right, Coach. So we've talked about the offense. Can you talk a little bit about the defense here?
Coach Lukasik and his staff do a great job, getting the kids ready. I mean, we got a lot of young kids over there that, by week 7, they have to be grown up, and that's what we saw tonight, making plays when it mattered. They've got the talent, they've got the skill, the speed that we just don't have, and so it takes a team effort. It takes all 11 to the ball to stop them, and I could be more proud of the kids for hanging in there here at the end and getting the ball back.
All right. Thank you, Coach. Anything else you want to add before we let you get back to your team?
Just appreciate you guys doing what you do and supporting high school football in here. Appreciate it.
All righty, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you, Coach Kilmer. Appreciate all the taking the time to be on with us, and congratulations on the victory.
Hello, are you guys still there?
Yeah, we're still here, Gary.
Okay, we're ready for Riley. Here he is.
All right. So we've got star quarterback for the Lowell Red Devils, Riley Bank. Riley, congratulations on a big win.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So, Riley, I thought throughout the year you've really done an excellent job of mixing the pass and the run. I know you're basically a running quarterback, but, boy, you still showed us some passing ability. And this point, in the season, this is a big test for you guys, and you really responded. What do you think the turning point was?
I think the coaches, they did a great job. Of, last week or 2 weeks ago, the coaches, they said, practice, get more competitive at practice. They've been pushing us to our limits, and we're all starting to realize what it takes to be great.
And I thought that Noah Smith's interception might have been a turning point for you guys.
Yeah, it's good to have back on defense. He wasn't eligible for a couple of games, and now he's able to play. It's a big piece of our defense.
And you're, you got to say something about your offensive line because, boy, they have done a great job of getting you holes.
Yeah, they're great. Every week it's improving and it makes it so much easier for Owen and myself to find the hole and run.
So, Riley, I explained to you that or not to you, to your coach, that you are really like a football man type. You're gutty, you run the ball hard, you take a lot of hits, and you're tough as nails out there. What does that mean for you as a player to be one of the toughest guys out here, but be able to lead your team?
It's just everything. I just want, like everyone else, to just rally around it. I hope everybody's just a tough football player, like you said. I feel like it's inclusive. Just give your best, and they'll give your best.
Hey, I'll tell you, anytime you can go on the road, Riley, and you know this, in a place where, a team really steps up and tries to get a victory there, and you guys still come out on top, you got to feel good about yourselves.
Yeah, it feels great. We were looking a little bad about the middle of the third quarter, but everyone came together, and then everyone's spirits got up. It feels great walking out even though get another win or another mark in the win column.
And that's what you want to have with 2 games left before sectionals. That's the attitude that you need to have.
Yep.
All right, Riley Bank, quarterback for the Lowell Red Devils. Riley, is there anything you want to add before we let you get back to your team?
No, that's it.
All right. Man, a few words. We appreciate that, Riley. Congratulations on a big victory.
Hey, thank you so much.
All right, that was Riley Bank, the star quarterback for the Lowell Red Devils. Had a big game today. Really, really a good performance by Lowell. Struggled a little bit there for a bit, but their defense came up big and took care of business late.
I totally agree, and it was a big win for them. This really was.
Sure.
I mean, not many people may have picked Highland to be this close. This game this close, and you got to give credit to Pete Koulianis and his group. They were prepared. Sure. They were ready.
Sure.
But Lowell was able to, come through and win this game, and 2 games left. That's it.
I mean, that's it, right? 2 games left in the regular season. And then you start getting into the one and done type situations. Right. I'm really glad that we had an opportunity to get Kilmer on, our coach Kilmer on, but particularly Riley Bank. He's been a star in Northwest Indiana for the last few years. Really impressive to get him on air. Sounds like a really good kid, and from all intents and purposes, I've heard that he's just dynamite kid in the Lowell community. Really great to have him on air. So we're going to go ahead and get an update from Reed Amons with Valpo versus Maryville. Reed, what's going on?
Maryville's defense came up big once again at the tail end part of the third quarter, forcing a Valparaiso fumble, which Maryville was able to recover on the Valpo 30-yard line. A couple plays later, Trey Stevens is able to take the ball in from 1 yard out. The extra point was good. That puts Maryville on top 30-10. Just into the fourth quarter, there's about 9:45 to go here in quarter number 4. Maryville's on top 30-10, but Valparaiso has taken advantage of 45 yards of penalties against Maryville on this drive and is now down inside the 10-yard line. There's been one late hit out of bounds and 2 pass interference calls just on this drive. Maryville's got to be approaching 150 to 170 yards of penalties tonight.
Oh, wow.
Which is something Coach Cease is certainly going to have to get cleaned up here. But Valparaiso is certainly taking advantage of that. They're running the ball here inside the 10-yard line. And pass ball is incomplete. Looks like Valparaiso is going to be facing a 4th and goal from the 7, already trailing 30-10 with 9:13 to go in the fourth quarter.
All right, Reed, we're going to stick with you here. We're not going to let you go, see how this 4th and 10 turns out. Maryville, with all these penalties, if you're going to try to extend your lead and milk that clock out, you don't want to be committing penalties like this.
Yeah, not only does the yardage hurt, but it stops the clock and keeps drives alive for the Valparaiso offense and really crushes drives when your offense has it. But Valparaiso's lining up here for the 4th down and goal to go from the 7-yard line. Clark scrambles out, does make a pass out into the flat area, just over the head of the tight end. That ball falls incomplete, so Maryville's going to take over on their own 7-yard line. There's 9:05 to go here in quarter number 4. Maryville on top comfortably, 30-10, with just about 9 minutes to go here in the game.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reed. We appreciate the update.
Sounds good, guys. Talk to you when this game is close to being over.
I appreciate that. Dr. Reed Amons with an update for us from Valpo and Maryville. Well, Coach, it seems like this one is probably out of reach for the Vikings.
Yeah, if Valparaiso was able to score here. You might say it's still competitive, but right now I think Maryville's defense is stepping up.
Right.
And Valpo really, the problem is Valpo really doesn't have a quarterback passer.
Right.
Justin Clark's a good quarterback.
Oh, sure.
There's no doubt. But they need somebody that, like a Lockhart from last year, who could drive them down the field passing. And that's just not happening right now.
It does not seem to be the case right now. It's 3 scores, right? It's a 20-point differential right now. That is, it's going to be a really tall order. It's take almost a miracle for Valpo to come back. But, like Dr. Reed said, there is still 9 minutes left in this game. So this is going to be the longest game in football, Northwest Indiana history, maybe, that doesn't hit an overtime. But, Wayne and I are getting ready to go off of air here in the next 20 minutes or so, and this game still has almost a quarter left.
Right. It's Reed may be having to call in and just do play-by-play.
Yeah, that might,
with Andrew and Steve and stuff.
Sure, that's right. It's definitely a circumstance where we can, enjoy a little bit longer time here, but it's going to be really difficult for Valpo to come back on this one.
Yeah, and I think most games have now gone final, and so Steve's already nodded his head. Yeah, that's it. They're final.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back with the scoreboard update from Steve Schmidt.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Ever been in a spot, an impossible fix with impossible people, probably all of them related to you? And nobody asked for your opinion. But today, they're going to find out anyway. Snap probably presents Back Talk. Snap Judgment. Do not miss it.
Saturday at 11 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This camp where we have kids working on a working farm all summer, one of the things that we have the kids do is raise chickens and then kill them. I'm a vegetarian.
Join us for stories of culture shock. That's next time on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
In Mexico, new proof of a government cover-up in the disappearance of 43 students.
Marines arrive at the dump, and this enormous planting operation goes into effect.
On the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
And now, your Game Night scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. Just about all the games in the region have gone final, so let's see how your favorite team did tonight. Starting off in Duneland play, Chesterton at Lake Central. Chesterton holds on today 14-13. Lake Central had a score late to make it 14-13, pending the extra point, but a bad snap made the extra point no good, resulting in a Trojans victory. Crown Point at Laporte. This game has just gone final. Crown Point's a winner to improve to 7-0 on the season, 51-10. Michigan City at Portage. Michigan City picks up their second victory of the season, 35-12. Valpo at Maryville. This game is still going on. Fourth quarter, Maryville's up in this one, 30-10. Trey Stevens with the most recent touchdown for the Pirates. Moving on here to Great Lakes play. EC Central at Westside. Last update was a halftime score, and the Westside's up 36-0. In the battle for Hammond, Morton at Hammond Central, 49-20. The Wolves are up in this one. Greater South Shore play here. Calumet at South Bend Clay. This one was all Warriors tonight, improving to 7-0 on the season by a final score of 60-0. Griffith at Boone Grove. This one was a very interesting one, to say the least. Heading into the half, Griffith was up 7-6. At the end of 3, Boone Grove was up 12-7, and then the scoring started. Griffith and Boone Grove alternated scores. With 38 seconds to go, Boone Grove made it a 26-22 game, but then Griffith said not so fast. They scored with no time on the clock remaining. Final score, Griffith 28, Boone Grove 26. South Central at River Forest. River Forest, a winner in this one, improved to 5-2 on the season by a final score of 63-6. Wheeler at Bishop Knoll. Wheeler picks up their third victory of the season tonight, 46-7. Whiting at Hanover. This one was all Wildcats. 7-0 on the season now. Final score 69-7. Northwest Crossroads play here. Andrean and Munster. Andrean throws a shutout tonight against the Mustangs, 44-0. Hobart at KV. Hobart's winner tonight to improve to 4-3 on the season by a final score of 45-8. Lowell at Highland. This one was a very interesting one, to say the least, all night long. Lowell's winner tonight, 4-3 on the season now, 21-14. They're victorious over the Trojans. Benton Central at Rensselaer. Rensselaer's a winner tonight, 49-20. Pioneer at Knox. Knox picks up the win, 53-18 over the Panthers. North Judson takes down Triton at home, 62-22. And West Central on the road takes down Winnemac, 20-14. For Lakeshore Game Night, I'm Steve Schmidt.
All right, thank you, Steve. We appreciate the updates. Lots of action here tonight. Oh, still a game, still early in the fourth quarter with Valpo versus Maryville. But I tell you what, there's been a lot of interesting scores. That Lowell Highland game was a barn burner that I wasn't exactly expecting to be as close as it was. But there was also a lot of lopsided games, too.
Yeah, there was. And I just want to ask Steve, do you know how many touchdowns Bowen had for Andrean?
Let's see. I know he had the first 2 for sure.
I thought he had 3 for a while.
That could be. I have 2 down here, but I think he did add on more.
Okay, so he had. Okay. Yeah, I mean, as you look at around, 51 points for Crown Point they put up, 35 for Michigan City, 49 for Rensselaer, and that's against Benton Central has struggled a little bit. 49 points for Hammond Central. 69 for Hanover and 60 for Calumet. I wonder if Hanover were watching Calumet and trying to outscore them.
Trying to one-up each other. What's really interesting about the Hanover and Calumet games, Hanover had 63 at half. I believe that Calumet had 52 at half.
Yeah.
I mean, these are more than your average game totals in a half. So I'm not so sure they learned much about their teams this week. When a game, when the resistance on the opposition is not that high, you don't really learn a ton. But I will say this much: they did look impressive, and they're on a collision course a week from now.
Yeah, they really are.
There's 2 weeks. I'm almost conceding that next week is this week, but yes, it is 2 weeks from now. It's what ends the season. But it's a really impressive performances by both of them. Valpo, our game of the week, Maryville is up 20 points in the fourth quarter. Valpo has, they've struggled a little bit here in the second half. The game was close early. They were within 1 score at halftime, but Maryville's kind of taken over.
If you look, Ben, at what we said earlier in the program, when we talked about the, 2 teams, we said that they were pretty balanced, but Maryville has an established quarterback, Jalen Thomas.
Right.
Established in the sense that he's gotten better as the season has gone on.
Sure.
Justin Clark is an excellent running quarterback, but he doesn't throw quite as well as Thomas. And that was the difference tonight. I think Maryville was able to throw the ball and be successful. Well, anytime you can throw it to Justin Marshall, you're going to be a success.
Right.
And Philip Roche, there's another person that, I think colleges really need to look at him. Maybe not as a receiver, but boy, he's a good, strong safety.
Yep, safety.
So, when you look at that, maybe we shouldn't be as surprised as, about the score there in this game.
I'm not particularly surprised by this. And don't get me wrong, to all the Valpo faithful that are listening, and I am a Valpo guy. You all remember, I get reminded every week that I was a Valpo Viking. But that's a good thing. I'm proud to be a Valpo Viking. There's a lot of pride for the program. But this is, for Valpo standards, a bit of a down year. They've replaced, they had 44 graduating seniors from last year's team. It's really difficult to replace that.
Yeah.
And so, these sort of things happen. We know that Crown Point is the number 1 team in Northwest Indiana. I'm willing to say, and it's according to our rankings as well, that Maryville is the number 2 team in Northwest Indiana. Valpo had them in back-to-back weeks.
Yeah.
That's a tough stretch.
Yeah.
And, as a Maryville grad who played basketball for them, they certainly have talent, whether it be in basketball or football. And it takes, and I've said this before, and I've coached this, it takes more than talent to win consistently.
Right.
You can have all the talent you want, but if you can't get those kids to play together and you can't get those kids to, buy into your program, you're still going to lose. And I really give a lot of credit to Coach Cease for doing that.
And obviously, he's an excellent coach. He's one of the best coaches in the state of Indiana. He's clearly one of the best in Northwest Indiana. His record of success over the last few years is undeniable. It's pretty clear that he's doing a good job out there. Some of these other games that we've gone over here, and speaking of our alma maters, Steve Schmidt is a Kankakee Valley guy. They hosted Hobart today, right? Hobart had a really good performance today, and they looked really good.
Yeah, from what I've seen, Trey Gibson was huge on the ground tonight and through the air. He had over 100 receiving yards also, and over 200 on the ground. So it was a Trey Gibson show.
How many touchdowns did he have?
Give me 1 second, I'll let you know.
Okay, that's over. Okay.
All right. So Trey Gibson has been a dynamic player here in Northern. He played a year at Wheeler, right, and then he transferred off to Hobart. Is that timeline right?
That's right.
But since he's gotten to Hobart, he's grown because he transferred as a sophomore. He's grown. He's hit the weight room. He's filled out. He runs hard. There's some colleges that are looking at him.
Oh yeah.
And he is a tremendous athlete. And Hobart is doing a good job of utilizing his strengths, and they're coming off of an emotional loss where they had the ball on the 2-yard line with 3 plays to get into the end zone and couldn't do it. So that can either galvanize your team or it can just frustrate your team beyond belief.
Right.
And it's kind of a split in the road, and it appears that Hobart has rebounded very well, and I'm very impressed with how they're looking right now.
Yeah, tonight Gibson had 294 rushing yards, 108 receiving yards for a total of 402 and 5 touchdowns total.
402 total yards and 5 TDs.
Yep.
That is incredible.
Yeah. Wow.
That is an incredible performance.
So the opening play of the game was an 84-yard rushing touchdown. So right there you could just tell he was going to have a good night.
He's feeling it, right? And I think was he a little banged up earlier in the year? I think he was, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
so I presume he's healthy now.
Sounds like
with 400 yards of total offense, that's pretty impressive. I'm a big fan of what they're doing at Hobart. They've molded these players from young but talented folks and turned them into a really strong program. And Kankakee Valley is no slouch.
Yes.
They're a good program, and Kennedy's got them moving in the right direction, but Hobart had their number today.
You look at that conference, and the first thing you think of is Andre, and then you think of Hobart and Lowell. Those are traditional schools,
right?
And they produce every single year. And Hobart, has found a quarterback. What is Ehrlich? I think Ehrlich is a sophomore.
Yeah.
Sophomore this year. And last year he just came on like gangbusters.
Right.
People started to figure it out a little bit. Now you got Gibson. He was outstanding at Wheeler.
Right.
And as a sophomore, and then he transfers into Hobart. I think that Coach Osika has done a great job there.
Tradition just continues at Hobart.
Yes, it does.
They're a good program. They're well coached. I know a handful of their coaches out there. They are well coached. They're a good program. The kids are good kids. That's what you look for in a program that is that tradition, that system. They have good kids with good grades. That is what you look for in a system. So I'm very proud of what Hobart's been doing lately.
I totally agree.
Some of the other programs around here, Crown Point continues to roll. Not particularly surprising that they lay it on pretty thick against Laporte.
I really think that we haven't talked enough about Chesterton's victory on the road at Lake Central. Chesterton 14, Lake Central 13, and it was decided by a bad snap. Is that right, Steve?
Yeah, Xavier Williams punched in a 6-yard run to make it what could have been a tied game, and the bad snap resulted in the missed extra point.
Oh, my goodness. That's a heartbreaking way to lose
special teams right there.
Yep, offense, defense, special teams. Special teams always could be a positive or a negative for you. But all right, we've got an update from Reed Amons from Valparaiso at Maryville. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah,
Valparaiso was putting together a nice little drive, and then the Maryville defense got in their way once again, getting an interception on their own 35-yard line, and that interception was returned back for a touchdown, a pick six by number 21, I believe it's Ladron, last name is Laurent, and he was able to put the Pirates up 36-10. The extra point was good. That puts Maryville up 37-10. As Maryville has a very comfortable lead here with 3 minutes and 14 seconds to go in the game. Valparaiso takes over on their own 32-yard line, but at a big deficit at this point.
Reed, what has Maryville done to just take all of the momentum and capitalize on it?
Yeah, they've really done a nice job here. Outside of that first couple of drives of the game where Valparaiso was really able to drive the ball down the field through the run, they've really stacked the box, put plenty of bodies in between the tackles, and have really bottled up that running game of Valparaiso. And then they've been able to match up on the outside with their defensive backs very nicely, really limiting the big plays by Valparaiso tonight, and forcing some third and longs, which Valparaiso doesn't want to do. They don't want to have to put the ball up into the air. They want to throw the ball when they want to, not when they have to. And Maryville's really been able to capitalize on that. So a couple turnovers, a fumble recovery on the Valparaiso 30, a pick six. That really led to a couple scores. And other than the 7 points that Valparaiso put up early in the game, they've only been able to eke out a field goal right before halftime for their 10 total points. So I've been very impressed with this Maryville defense tonight, really stepping up and holding a Valparaiso offense. They, I believe, are the second or third leading scoring team in the conference to only 10 points here with about 2.5 minutes to go here before the game's over.
All right, Reed, thank you very much. Go ahead, give us a call when this game goes final.
I will. Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reed. Well, it looks like Maryville is poised for a victory here.
Yeah, it really does. And again, this is a little bigger difference, 37-4 to 10, right, than I thought. I thought this was going to be a lot closer. But that just gives, a lot of credit to the Maryville coaching staff.
Sure. I mean, how many times did Dr. Reed say, Valpo was driving, but... Mm-hmm. And then you have a situation, but they fumbled on the 30-yard line, but they threw a pick six, but this, but that. Whenever you have those circumstances, you're Valpo. Even though they have similar records and the same record in the DAC, you are an underdog in this game. Let's make no qualms about it. You can't be making those type of mistakes and expect to keep this score close. You need to play an almost perfect game because the team that you're going up against has got you outmatched in many cases. Unfortunately for the Vikings, those mistakes did happen. And again, we're talking about 14 to 18-year-old kids. Mistakes are going to happen all the time. But in order for you to be the best, you've got to beat the best. And right now, Crown Point is the best. But right there, sniffing their heels a little bit is the Maryville Pirates. And Valpo wanted to keep pace with that, and they just couldn't do it this week.
Yeah, it was a tough week. And that just shows you what kind of offensive abilities the Pirates have.
Right.
And the defense. You hold Valpo to 10 points, you've had a great defensive game.
Exactly. Valpo's been scoring with the best of them here in Northwest Center, just like what Dr. Reed just said. They've had a really strong rushing attack. And in fact, they've actually had a really fairly respectable passing attack as well. It didn't quite show up today, especially late in the game when Valpo really needed it and ended up having some interception situations. But the bottom line is Maryville is really looking impressive right now. And if only Maryville and Crown Point could get a rematch, and we know that's not going to happen, but if only they could, that'd be really impressive.
I totally agree. And I would think that, just talking off the top of my head, Steve, who was your surprise team of the night?
Oh, man, there were so many of them. I don't really know where to start.
You're not one of those people who give out participation awards, do you?
No, definitely not. I guess I'm just going to have to go to the Griffith and Boone Grove game. We could have seen that one going either way. Boone Grove was on a hot streak of late. If you take away last week against the Hanover Central Wildcats, which I'm sure a lot of teams would like to take away their games against them. But we've seen how Boone Grove's been playing well this year. They're seemingly starting to be on the upward trend.
Right.
I'm gonna be honest. I expected them to take this one at home tonight, and it looked like it was looking good there for the Wolves. There with 38 seconds to go. Sorry, Tom Maloney, but the Panthers are victorious.
That's right, Andrew.
I'm going to go with Highland, putting up a great fight against Lowell. A lot of people did not expect that to happen, but Highland showed up tonight for homecoming.
I agree with you. I think that Highland lost, okay, but boy, they really played well tonight. They got to be. I am not one who says there's positivity in losses, but there has to be. I mean, you got to tell your kids in the locker room, okay, you were right there with them. One or two little mistakes, and that cost us the game. But you improved. Last week, you beat your rival Munster.
Right.
This time, you take Lowell into the third quarter and are still with them. And then we make one little mistake. And that's the difference many times in high school football.
Right. To be honest with you, there are moral victories. They really do exist. I mean, the bottom line is win or loss. That is what the binary of all of this is. But in reality, you can learn as much from a victory as you can from a loss, and vice versa. And they were right there against a very talented Lowell team, and they looked really good. So.
You know what is really important?
What's that?
Is that you only have 2 games left in the regular season.
Yeah.
So if you can take that positivity, even though you lost, into your next 2 games and then play well in the sectional, nobody could care about the regular season.
Right.
If you can win that sectional, you get the patch, you get the trophy, you get the cheerleaders, whatever it is. I don't know.
I mean, everyone has their own motivations, right? So either way, it's definitely the postseason is what it comes down to, and for Wayne and I, we're going to go to the post show here for television. So Wayne, how do we watch the television show?
Hey, it's on channel 56 or channel 17, depending on if you have Comcast or Dish, and it's at 10:30 to 11 o'clock. Ben and I will be on with Joe Arredondo, our leader, and we'll go over all the highlights. We'll go over all of the scores. We've had cameras all over the area. We'll give you the scores of all the games in the area, and we'll even talk a little bit maybe about next week's game of the week. So that's 10:30 tonight, Lakeshore Public Television, 56 or channel 17, and it is from 10:30 to 11.
All right, thank you, Wayne. So Wayne and I are going to go get pretty for our close-ups. We're going to. I know we're going to need some work. I know that, but we're going to leave you here with Andrew and Steve for the next half hour and lead us into the final half hour of Game Night.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
On the next Radio Lab, a hospital visit. And a whole lot of intestinal discomfort. That's on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
Filmmaker Abigail Disney has covered efforts to bring peace to conflicts around the world, but for her latest film, she turns the lens on the family business, the Disney Company, where she says life for too many employees is anything but enchanted.
When you think about American business and the role it plays in American culture, it is the only place to start if you want to make life better for Americans.
That's on the next All Things Considered from NPR News. Tune in at 4 p.m. for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
This is Chris from Springfield, Illinois. I listen to Bullseye because regardless of who's on, I know it'll be smart, sincere, and funny.
I'm Jesse Thorne. This week, Billy Eichner, host of Billy on the Street and creator and star of the new romantic comedy Bros, plus Michael R. Jackson, creator of the Tony Award-winning musical A Strange Loop. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in Saturday night at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
You're listening to 89.1 FM, Lakeshore Public Radio. Listener-supported public radio in Northwest Indiana. WLPR FM, Lowell.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. Andrew Johnson with me. Gary Graven joins us via the telephone, via the flip phone. Gary,